So, we've updated the HUD. As you can see, it's a little bit closer to what reality is here. I just haven't had time to update the HUD recently. Listen, all I'm saying, Warp Core, is that if I didn't need to sleep, I'd be caught up by now. Honestly, by the way, FF14 has the same general problem. It is possible to make your settings share across different characters in FF14, but it's a pain to do it. Oh yeah, speaking of things the game never explains, you notice how I have no bridge officers with me? Here, you see that? Whereas here, I have all kinds of bridge officers with me. Do you ever wonder about that? You probably didn't, because you probably didn't even think about it until I pointed it out. Allow me to showcase how to get those bridge officers to show up there. So foist, we go up here, and we go to stations, and we set our standard away team. Now that we have our standard away team set, we log out. So for anybody wondering, that's how you get your BOF onto your logon screen. Which is also how I can select specific ones that, you know, have my armor set on, so I can actually have the armored squad going. Okay. I need to do a couple things super quick. One of these days I'll actually start playing this game. I swear. It's okay. We're actually making decent progress. We spent 5 hours discussing mechanisms and stuff in the game, and that was actually time well spent. I don't really regret that. So if you remember, when last we left, we were going through this nonsense. Hang on, I gotta set a thing out of character here. That is a good question, Evo. But I think I'll come back to that in just a second. Where was I? Right here. Perfect. No, Vega's fine. It was just a Borg invasion. They're fine. Chill. See? They're on Ryza. Everything's cool. Everything's cool.
We arrived before the Borg. Now my heart can start beating again. What are your orders, Captain?
You know, the colonists. We need to warn them.
Tivrel managed to establish a comm link with Willa Post, the administrator of Vega Colony. It's not a great signal, but it's the best we're gonna get. Putting her through now.
I do have to complain about something really quick. The idea that a star system, which is right here, it's Vega, right? Which is not particularly far from Earth, in fact, it's close to Ryza, is such a dinky, barely established colony, actually kind of insults me just a little bit. Like, they're acting like this colony's way out here or something. But no, it's right here, 2 sectors away from Earth. Sure. Anyways.
Greetings, Captain. Is there something I can do for you today?
Yeah, the Borg are invading.
Repeat, please. Your signal is breaking up. Did you say the Borg? What about them?
No, listen, the Borg... Mom, what just happened?
I have lost contact with Vega Colony, sir. Something is blocking all subspace signals in this area. Even our hails to the civilian ships are not getting through. There is a communication satellite nearby. It should boost our signal sufficiently to inform the freighters of the danger and warn the colony.
Yeah, I know, right, Flagan? Did you say the Borg? Beaming up immediately. Listen, everything's fine, everything's fine. Flygant here is good to go. We're gonna make this happen. It's gonna be great. Everything's gonna be great. Don't worry about it.
Our hails are still blocked, sir. The Borg may be attempting to isolate the planet before they land. Your orders, sir.
Can we get transporter locks on the colonists?
The Borg are jamming up any remote signals. It's not safe to beam through that. I think I can boost the gain, though.
We need to hurry, because the Borg are going to be here like any...
Transport conduits opening all over the system, Captain.
Oh my god.
The Borg are here.
Wait, how did we get here before the Borg when they used transwarp? And we
Those
used
civilian ships are right in the Borg's
slug
path.
warp.
We have to help them.
By the way, they actually mention in-universe that our max warp is 5. Or 5.5, I think, but whatever. So, they actually flat out tell us that we're slow in-universe. Alright. Time to kill a bunch of ships, Borg ships, by myself. In my Kia here. It's purely a gameplay thing, Ventures. Which is ironic because of something I'll show off relatively soon to now. Yeah, you took a lunch break warp. These are the ones that left before they started holding the line, Loke, so no. Thankfully, there's still dinky little things. In fact, these are even smaller probes than the probes we were just fighting. Oh, I guess I should have music, battle music going here. Hang on. Sorry. Not even paying attention. That's a good question, Mike Kamano. Are they Borged? I like it. Technically, yes.
Captain, I have short-range communications. Long-range signals are still blocked. I can contact the planet and have informed Administrator Post of the situation. However, the Borg have already landed and are moving toward the colony. It may be more prudent to retreat back to the Chimera, sir.
Yeah, no. We're the only Starfleet vessel in the system. Which also makes no sense, by the way. We'll rescue as many colonists as we can. Remember how many Starfleet vessels were in a Klingon system? And yet we're the only one here? Give me a
Captain,
break.
there are civilian ships engaging them.
Oh, Jesus. What are
I
you doing?
believe I can send a message to those ships.
Hey, get the frick out. You morons. Flee, stop. No, really, flee, stop.
Civilian ships, you are ordered to disengage
Continue
and
to
retreat.
flee, you morons.
Will
Stop.
clear you.
Roger that, Starfleet. All ships, fall back.
Oh, damn it, no! Oh my goodness.
All civilian ships have safely warped out of the system, Captain.
Oh, thank God. The Borg beam. No! Fine. Oh, no, hang on. We need more boss music. Do I need boss? Oh, let's see. Hang on. Yeah, where's the home fleet? We have a home fleet, right? Oh, wait, no, of course we don't. Because a Klingon Kia of Prey was able to launch an attack on Mars without much incident. I was debating doing a thing in the Trek rewrite and being like, all right, so there's going to be one character who says that Starfleet isn't military, and they're either going to be a complete moron, an asshole, or they're going to die, or some combination thereof. Those aren't mutually exclusive. Yeah, the home fleet was wiped out by one bird. God, I hate that mission so good. I'm going to give another negative for that in this mission, because how dumb that mission was.
Captain, the Borg have landed, and the colony won't be able to hold them off for long. I recommend beaming down to Vega and getting as many people out as we can.
Why would we beam down when we could beam them up? Now, I know the answer to that question, but, like...
Captain, according to our readings, over half the planet is already assimilated by the Borg. At the rate they're progressing, the region we're in will be overrun in roughly 1 hour. And if that wasn't bad enough, the interference is affecting the ship's transporters.
I'm sorry. Everything that you just said is wrong. So, in a matter of minutes, they have assimilated half the planet. But the area we're in, which is literally in visual range of a Borg distribution node, will not be assimilated for an hour. Also, we beamed down only to find out that there's interference preventing us from beaming up. Flores, are you high? Is that... You can tell me, okay? Really, like, I'm not gonna I'm gonna be a little judgmental because we're in the middle of a combat situation. But if you just said, Captain, I'm high, honestly, it would make a lot of sense. Now, I'm gonna go do your job for you. Any questions?
No, sir. I'll follow your lead.
Okay.
That's one of those Borg ships from orbit. Are we too late? Those
Yes.
landing ships don't just carry drones. They can pump nanoprobes directly into the ground and the atmosphere.
Which is what these,
We need to hurry. The Borg will be in this area soon.
what these assimilated plants around us are. You know, that would actually make sense, Space Cadet. Hey, we're fighting the Borg. Immediately grab, like, the tranquilizers. Alright, Captain, let's go fight the Borg. I wouldn't be worried about a supernova.
Please save us!
Oh, yeah,
Borg
sure.
are everywhere!
I guess I'll save you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I don't want to be assimilated. Thank you. I don't want to be assimilated.
I feel like you said that already. Just a random vibe I get. Oh, yeah, we should change the songs here.
Leave the gate closed! We have to get out of here!
You dumb.
Starfleet!
Starfleet's here. Oh, thank God.
I'm sorry. I'm
Please.
sorry.
You have to help us.
Do you really think a gate is going to stop the Borg?
Thank you. We didn't know if anyone from Starfleet got our distress signal, and we don't have any weapons. But we do have some spare armor suits for you and your officer. They're in the crates next to the gate.
That's cool.
This code will open the gate. Please, Administrator Post and some of the others are still there. You have to save them.
Right. Get out of here. Just once, I want a thing where, like, the Borg walk up to, like, a force field or a barrier or whatever, and then beam out. And then beam in right past the barrier, and then just keep walking as if nothing happened.
Oh no. We're too late.
Oh no, they're assimilated. No. We'll try and kill Flores here. Klingon promotion. Die, Flores. Listen, all I'm saying is when I showcase the Borg and the Trek Rewrite, I intend for them to be as absolutely nightmarishly horrific as possible. There's a pretty good chance that the heroes will never defeat the Borg in the Trek Rewrite. So, look forward to that. Now get out of here.
Starfleet! Thank the stars!
Game. There it goes. Because the Borg should be terrifyingly horrible. They shouldn't be a bad guy of the week. They shouldn't be like something that we could just be like, oh no, hang on, let me remodulate the Flarngatarngs. They shouldn't be what they were in Voyager. We're tagging them, Oculus. So,
Stay back. Get away from me.
ironically, of all the dumb things about this mission, the tagging thing actually makes perfect sense. Here's how this works. The transporter is actually multiple mechanisms all working together, right? Similar to a car. So what it has to do is it has to have a scanner that looks down and finds things that can be beamed. These can be objects, people, or whatever. It then has to define the specific object that it's pulling up, right? The specific thing that it's beaming. So it has to be able to scan you, detect you, and not the ground under you or the tree over there or whatever. Then it needs to actually establish a lock on all the specifics there and make sure it gets all the little pieces that make up you, pulls it up, and reestablishes it here. Those little, I can't remember what they're called. They're tags. We put a tag on them, and all of a sudden, those first three steps are gone. That's what we're beaming up. Make sense? So the problem here is the interference, which is preventing those first few steps. And that actually makes perfect sense. Ironic, considering the rest of this nonsense. See, I completely disagree with that, Trathon, but that's okay. Because we all know, per the rules of the internet, I am not only wrong, but also a Nazi. So I guess you're in your rights to shoot me in the face, because we all know we here at the Lore Walkers approve of Nazi shooting.
You saved us. Thank you.
We have the civilians. There is still no sign of Chimera or Voyager, sir.
You're probably frickety busy, you moron. What, you want to talk to me here? Ah, I'm back here, lady.
I apologize for Koles putting a rifle in your face. If it wasn't for him, the Borg would have assimilated me by now. What's the situation? Are you bringing more Starfleet reinforcements?
Yeah, no, they were all killed by a single bird of prey.
I see. Then it's true. Vega is doomed.
Yeah.
A single starship cannot hope to stop this.
Nope.
Still, there is more to do. Many citizens are hiding in their homes. We cannot abandon them to the Borg.
We can rescue them, but something's blocking our transporters.
I know. Koles and I have been trying to get around the interference field. Thank you for tagging the people you found and getting them safely transported to your ship.
I mean, that can't be everyone. Your colony can't consist of 20 people.
No, there are dozens more hiding out in
Dozens!
But Koles and I have a plan. We think a pattern enhancer will do the trick. With that, we can transport the remaining citizens to your ship. But first, I'd like to offer you some equipment. Vega was a trade colony, and this gear was intended to go to Starbase 65. I think you need it more.
Sure.
But first, I'd like to offer you some equipment. Vega was a trade colony, and this gear was intended to go to Starbase 65. I think you need it more.
Are you okay, lady? No kidding, Papanese. I hate to keep hammering this point in. All of these problems with this mission would be solved by the fact that it's a simulation, which is, badly written, or maybe they even complain about it. Like, maybe have this tidbit where, like, there's dozens of us left, and then have Flores pipe up, there's only a few dozen people in a colony in Vega, and then have Tavrel be like, shush, and just call attention to it, right? Like, if you want this, just kind of, like, smooth it over a little bit. Add some extra details to make it work and refine it, instead of this, which is just nonsense. Let's call this what this is. This is bad Trek. Like it or not, Star Trek Online is very Star Trek, which means sometimes it is absolutely amazing, and sometimes it is face-palmingly bad. No, there's also not a lot of in-between, that's the best part. It's perfectly in line for the franchise, and will absolutely be getting negatives, because this is nonsense. Hey, Mockingburns. Join us, Mockingburns. That's just... The Borg are invading. I believe so, yes, Secular Eng. I mean, again, if the Borg ever just decide to go, then they're gonna win. Which is why they don't, because I've said this so many times, the writers wrote themselves into a corner with the Borg. Which is why I had to think very carefully about how to maintain the fact that the Borg are a nightmarishly invincible Death Doom force without having them win. I like the solution I came up with. I'm pretty sure 100% of the people who read it will not like the solution.
The pattern enhancers are working, and not a moment too soon. I can hear the Borg moving this way.
I need you to signal citizenry to, herp.
I'll do that. How long do you think you can hold off the Borg?
5 seconds. I ain't telling you, Vigilant. I ain't telling you, Evo. It's also pretty complicated. It would probably take me some time to explain. Don't worry, I will get back to actually producing the Trek rewrite someday.
We need to keep them away from the civilians.
After I'm caught up on streaming. Another reason to be caught up on streaming. Damn it! Disco guessed it.
Another group of civilians has beamed to the ship, Captain.
So the actual solution to defeat the Borg is there's going to be like this Crayola thing, right? And you can decide if you want to have a red, green, or blue wave of death expand across the galaxy and wipe out all life within it to make sure that the Borg can't feed on anything. Because if the Borg can't feed on anything, then they'll die out and starve. And that makes the entire galaxy implode into this one spot where there's just this one last Borg commander just standing there. Damn it, Oculus. I mean, Reloaded likes the solution, but whatever. Halo Mass Effect Total Annihilation.
Shields are back up, sir, but more Borg vessels are warping to our location. We have detected a type of generator near your position. There is a 94.6% chance it is the device affecting our transporters.
So,
if you can destroy it, we will transport as many people from the area as we are able.
I don't know if you can tell, because it's probably small on the stream. That woman, that Vulcan woman, to my right, but to the left of the screen, that's Tavrel, the woman I'm talking to on my ship.
Thank you for everything you've done. Even though it was impossible to save everyone, those you did save will be forever in your debt.
Gomez, you're with me.
Glad to do anything I can. I was born on Vega. There's no way I'm sitting by and letting the Borg take it without a fight.
All right, Koles, you're gonna see friends who've been assimilated. Don't hesitate.
You have to murder them.
I know the drill.
Infinitely.
Just never expected
Effortlessly. Without mercy. Murder your friends, or you are without honor. Wait, wrong side. Sorry. I think that is what screwed it up, Flagant. It was funny, I was just doing it to show off the thing, and it's like, no. So someone asked if the Dominion will be a death doom in the Trek rewrite. That's not a linear yes or no answer, and that's how I'm going to respond to that. That one that's infected, shoot them immediately! Shoot them, lest they be assimilated.
Knew that one. We played poker last night.
Hang on, go over here, take a nice big breath of all these nanites. There you go, deep breaths. I feel great, honestly. Feel like I'll never be alone again.
Look over there! That drone, it's Captain Taggart!
Oh no, wait, what?
The Borg are activating the transport inhibitor. We need to disable that force
You
field.
mean the thing that they've been using? Why? Why are the Borg activating a transporter inhibitor? They have half the planet. And most of the people.
The Borg are so, what's the word? Effective? Systematic? Evil. I'm gonna go with evil.
So I disagree with that, of course. But also, such a casual comment said so casually while fighting the Borg would once again help emphasize why this is just a freaking holodeck simulation. At the end of it, I would have a line. God, could they rewrite that scenario? It's really unrealistic.
We are the Borg. Resistance is futile.
I've never heard of it, Lataria. So I suppose that answers your question. I mean, this mission is redunculous. It's absolutely negative territory. I don't know what else to add to this nonsense. Alright, let's see.
We need to help Captain Taggart!
Not the other people we just murdered. Just the captain, because we happen to know that one. What about the guy I played poker with? He's dead to us. He's still breathing. Dead.
Initiating emergency medical transport.
That's actually stupid. Do you have the slightest idea how stupid that is?
Captain Taggart. They are initiating emergency medical procedures.
The ship is transporting anyone they can get a lock on, Captain, but we don't have much time. We need to get back as soon as possible.
Well, thank God we turned off the transporter inhibitor now. That wasn't causing issues earlier that we needed the tags. What? You're right, Harriet. This is perfectly acclimated
We're packed to the
Voyager.
brim with civilians, Captain. I don't think we could fit one more soul on this ship.
Oh, absolutely,
Communications are
Latario.
still jammed. The immediate problem is the civilian ships in this system. Vega's a huge trading outpost. There are always ships traveling here. We need to warn them the Borg have taken over.
You realize that, you... Oh my God. Okay, hang on. That's so stupid. It broke my brain for a second. Okay. I'm okay. Let's,
Possibly, but what we need to do is hightail it out of here with these civilians. Of course, the path to the satellites does lead away from the planet, so we could remotely reconfigure them as we leave. The message won't get very far, but anyone who enters the system will get the signal and be able to turn around before it's too late.
whatever.
Multiple probes inbound. I don't
No.
think the Borg like us hanging around.
I... It's okay. We're going to establish a signal saying, don't go here, and then flee, leaving tons of Borg at our back, who will definitely not mess with that signal in any way, shape, or form. That's why I'm the captain. I think good. And Miranda's pretty small, really. I'll try to, to give you an idea, you see that Borg probe up there? Well, you may or may not be able to tell that it's substantially larger than I am. Because I think good ventures. We already talked about this. Yeah, Mirandas are not known for their tactical prowess and acumen. Whatever. I think I've made enough fun of this at this point. 50 negatives. Moving on. Not to gameplay. This mission's actually fine on the gameplay axis. Nah, Warp Borg wouldn't really terrify me. What are Miranda's known for? Well, one of them was a science vessel.
I wish I was back at the academy studying for the astrometrics final.
From this time forward, your culture will adapt to service ours.
Now, Deep Sea Borg, that's terrifying. I mean, the Miranda looks good when it explodes, you gotta admit. Yeah, keep in mind that length is really being elongated by those nacelles. The actual part of the ship that's, the ship and not the warp drive is even smaller. I mean, look at it. It's really narrow. Think of it this way. This thing is probably somewhere around the lines of maybe about 50 feet tall from the bottom of the dip to the top of the pip. Something like that. I mean, you can literally see some
Sir,
of the
there are
windows in
several
there.
fast-moving ships on sensors. No way to contact them, and I can't tell if they're friend or foe.
Well, there's only one way to find out. So we'll walk over and be like, hey, what's up? How would I rewrite this to make this make sense? Get rid of the Borg! Done! We did it! Sense made. Okay, whew, that was easy. Oh my god!
All life forms will be assimilated.
A cube? Guess it's our time to go out in a blaze of glory.
Yeah, by the way, can you even begin to see how much larger than we are that cube is?
All hands, this is Admiral Janeway. Target that cube and open fire.
Yeah, no, that's... At least the game acknowledges that that's turbo not happening. Bragwin, could you toss an invite to Zaktav, please?
You've done well. Now let's finish this.
Favorite generation ship? That's a good question, actually. Let me think on that for a minute. I'm not actually a huge fan of Starfleet ships. I never have been. The Excelsior has grown on me over the years, and I happen to be rather fond of the Constitution A. Yeah, we got the Chimera, the Voyager, the Armitage, of all things, and an Odyssey over here, the Starfinder. I mean, that's not exactly a small force. Probably still shouldn't be able to take a cube, if we're being honest, but at least this isn't ridiculous. If we took out a cube, I would give that individual thing a negative.
Dealing with the Borg at Pollux took longer than I'd have liked. As you can see, Starfleet got our request for backup. More ships are on the way.
Your backup was 2 ships? Yeah, I just got it working. That's kind of neat. The main thing I wanted to do is I could allow me to adjust the volume in the middle of cutscenes. Anyways, your timing is perfect, Admiral. There's no way we could defeat a cube by ourselves. Wink.
Oh, you'd be surprised, Captain. Mirandas are a lot tougher than you think.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That ship helped you save a lot of lives here today. Treat her well, and she'll do a lot more for you and your crew.
Thank you, Admiral. What are your orders?
I want you to return to Earth Space Dock. Admiral Quinn will want a full report from us. Meet me in his office after you arrive.
We're going to talk about the fact that a planet that's within spitting distance of Earth is half Borg right now?
We need to get the civilians to safety. And I don't think I can handle any more excitement.
Okay.
I'll see you back at Earth Space Dock, Captain. One more thing. Try not to pick any more fights with the Borg before you get there. I think you've had enough excitement for now.
That's an interesting implication.
Janeway out.
It's as if I have a choice as to whether or not I pick a fight with the Borg.
Congratulations, Lieutenant.
There is a Tier 6 Miranda. It's actually pretty good. This is not a Tier 6 Miranda. That's the problem. This is a piece of junk. Lighting bugs. Oh, it's not doing it now. I mean, who wouldn't want to be assimilated? Resistance was always futile. I keep wanting to hit my transwarp, or excuse me, my slipstream drive. That doesn't exist. Thank you, Bragwin. No, we're sticking with the low-level ship forever. Or until we're done with this. Oh my god, we're never gonna make it. Ugh! Okay. We can't transwarp to this one, if you'll notice. We could probably do this transwarp. We actually can't! Wow, we are actually stuck going back the slow way. I thought I was just being stubborn. Yeah. Silly me. So anyways, that mission's stupid. I'm giving it 2 negatives for being stupid. And 1 positive for being awesome. We there yet? Oh my god, we're not even past Wolf 359. This is just the music I have playing across the whole ship. So I mentioned my own theory on this earlier. To me, it actually would make more sense that they would keep old ships in service than not. At least within a certain range of acceptability, right? The idea here being that bit by bit these ships get updated with newer systems and newer consoles and newer plasma relays and newer circuitry and newer computer cores and blah 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 blah. But it's basically being built in the shell of the Miranda, right? Because it's a lot easier to very, very slowly but gradually update the ship than it is to just build a brand new ship, right? Especially since these older ships serve perfectly well in a lot of functions. Not every single ship needs to be a big death doom, right? Like, there's logic to that. Yeah, the space frame still works. It is cheaper. And despite what some idiots would say, there is actually economics in the future. Right? So, makes sense to me. And of course, the very mission we just did, not fighting the Borg, the mission right before that, is another perfect example. Damn it, Ventures! Is a perfect example of the kind of mission you could use an old ship for. Training mission. Just going about doing a training mission, right? And yeah, exactly, Trithon. Like, there's no problem with using that kind of tech, as long as it still works and is functional. This is a bad analogy, but an AK-47 works perfectly fine now. We have better guns, but an AK-47 will get the job done. Same with several types of trucks, same with several types of boats, same with several types of planes, and trains, for that matter. Damn it, Hazardous. I will pull this ship over. But you get my point. So to me, this is admittedly headcanon. I'm just going to go and be honest about that. But to me, it really does make perfect sense that this is a... What's that stupid analogy nobody will shut up about? Cyberpunk, the ship of Theseus or something like that? You know, that this was a Miranda originally, and it's just been overhauled and overhauled and overhauled and overhauled bit by bit to be the ship we're looking at right now, you know? Not even, like, immediately. It's not like they bring the ship in and do this massive rehaul like they did with the Enterprise back in the motion picture. And even that only existed for out-of-character reasons. Ship of Theseus. I was close. Instead, it's just like, while we're in space dock after this one mission, you know, the plasma relays have finally started pulling out us. No problem. Let's go ahead and replace those relays. And, you know, her right nacelle just keeps having issues with its boson collector. It's like, you know what, let's go ahead and fix that, and so forth and so on, right? Just like every time it comes back, they just kind of replace a part or two. And you need a lot of shit. The Federation, they don't talk about this that often in the shows, probably because they think it's boring, something I disagree with. But there's a lot of logistics to the Federation operating. They need a lot of ships carrying a lot of resources and a lot of people everywhere, all the time. Like, it's not quite to the level of, say, Star Wars, where there's planets that literally rely on imports in order to survive, cough, cough, Coruscant, but they're still pretty much at that level. The Federation, the overwhelming majority of planets and systems in the Federation are not independent. They cannot be independent. They require imports, exports, people, transit, communication, etc. Now, we've already talked about ESD, and there's the best ship in the game right there. Yeah, exactly, Trithon. So I guess we're talking to Janeway and not Quinn. That's funny.
Ah, there you are. It's good to see you in person. I've already filed my report with the Admiral. He's waiting for yours now.
Admiral, what's going to happen to the USS Flygand and her crew?
You've showed exemplary performance under duress. You saved a lot of people, including Captain Taggart. You stood tall against the Borg in combat. That's a lot to face as a cadet on a training cruise, but you handled it all very well. I've said as much in my report.
Thank you.
Now, more than ever, Starfleet needs its best and brightest officers out there to defend the Federation and uphold the ideals that make it strong. Officers like you. I can't speak for the Admiral, but I believe you and your crew have a bright future ahead.
Thank you, Admiral. I hope that when I'm deleted from reality, you'll remember me.
Don't mention it. For now, duty calls. You have a report to give, and I'll be meeting with the Admiralty to discuss plans for the Vega situation. Take care.
It is nice to hear you in this game, Kate Mulgrew. I'm glad that you were able to do it. She's a good actress, and I like her. I like her acting. Let me rephrase that. So, Admiral, Cadet Mike reporting.
We have a lot to discuss, Cadet.
Lieutenant, actually.
Yes, I see that here in the report filed by Admiral Janeway. She granted you a field promotion to give you seniority over the rest of the active crew of your ship. As a cadet, you were assigned to an Academy training cruise under Captain Taggart, his acting first officer, correct?
Yes, correct, sir.
Facing off against a Borg invasion force within hours of leaving Starfleet Academy? You've had quite a day. In your own words, tell me what happened out there.
Well, the first thing you do, Hazardous, is you shut up and just accept that money is evil, okay? It's evil. Now, I have a long, extensive series of essays and videos about how evil money is, and they're only $5.99 each. I also have a subscription plan if you want to do that instead.
That's quite the story.
Yeah, honestly, if this was actually just the real Borg thing and this wasn't a simulation, which obviously it is, what I would love it is, Cadet, you've just faced off the Borg. How are you doing? And then we just fall over. We literally can't stand up, and we fall to the ground sobbing. And the Admiral, because he's not an asshole, is like, yep.
Don't worry. I have statements here from Admiral Janeway, Captain Nog, and Administrator Post from Vega Colony corroborating your story. All three of them cite your bravery and command skills, as well as you and your crew's willingness to put yourselves in harm's way to preserve the lives of others.
I'm a Starfleet officer. It's in the job description is the actual dialogue that we're supposed to say in reaction to that.
And you're exactly the kind of officer Starfleet needs. I know your ship might not be the Enterprise, but I think you've proven yourself capable of sitting in her captain's chair. Under normal circumstances, it would take you years of work to get your own command. But these are not normal circumstances. We're at war with the Klingon Empire. The Borg have returned. I'm losing more trained officers and ships than I can spare. Ships we can build, but leaders with courage and honor? Those are harder to find. It's time to try something different. I need someone who can handle themselves in a crisis and get the best out of their crew. Even though you're young, I think you're that person. I hereby promote you to the rank of lieutenant and give you command of the ship. Don't disappoint me.
I agree with Mr. Best Uniform in the game over there. So let me go ahead and jump in here for a moment. Obviously, a game like this was always going to have us in charge of our own ship. Duh. But I do legitimately think that this is a flaw of the construction of how the game operates. Now, there's a lot of different directions they could go with this. Instead, what they do is they treat ranks kind of like levels. In fact, they literally do at certain... In fact, I think I could pull up a list here. If you give me a second. Yeah, there you go. We'll just be a lieutenant commander at something. Hang on. There we go. At level 10. And then we'll be a commander at level 20. And then at level 30, we're a captain. And blah, 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 blah. And then we get to 55. where we become an admiral, and then at 60 we become a fleet admiral. And it's like... Now, the problem is, this is so hand-waved, it's actually nonsensical. Oh yeah, this also takes an extraordinarily small period of time in lore. Yes, it is, Ventures. So, there's a couple of different directions we could take this that obviously they don't. One is to make it so that we start off as a captain. Or maybe an XO, for example. We start off as a person of the rank of commander. And then we are like, hey, oh my god, our captain's dead. We gotta take command. And we're given a field promotion. And then we're a captain. And then we stay a captain. We don't get rank ups because there's absolutely no reason for us to get a rank up. Nothing changes based on our rank. Now, that's not quite fair. The thing that changes based on our rank is the ships we have access to. But honestly, given the fact that all Tier 6 ships scale at this point, I think that's an out-of-date system that could honestly be completely deleted, with actually nothing lost to the game in a gameplay sense. So just, we're captain. That's it. We're good. We're done. Right? I lost my dancer. The other alternative, and yeah, 2 years, by the way. From the beginning of the game to now. It's only been 2 years in lore. Lol, Venters. The other alternative here is to kind of shift it the other direction. Go ahead and make us start off, you know, relatively early on in our career, and have us, basically, instead of Fleet Admiral be the final goal, have Captain be the final goal. So we slowly get the rank ups, and that gives us the access to different tiers. Hey, my dancer's back. But, you know, it's just us being... I don't have any money to tip them with. I live in the Federation! So that as we're... This is the wrong song for this. So that, you know, in other words, we get very, very slow promoted, but we still can be in charge of a ship without having the rank of captain. Now, believe it or not, this actually is in Star Trek, although it's very rarely mentioned. In fact, I think it's only been mentioned like a grand total of 3 times off the top of my head in all of the series. It's the idea that you don't have to be the rank of captain to have the position of captain, right? In other words, we could be in charge of the ship, but we don't have to be of the captain rank. Now, that's needlessly confusing, but there's also some real-life basis for that kind of a thing, too, right? In other words, we could be a lieutenant in charge of the ship. We could be a lieutenant commander in charge of the ship, yada, yada, yada. You get the idea. Either way, I think both of those would fix it. Neither do, so it's dumb. So I'm giving it a negative. Long live the Federation. The Republic. We all know the Romulan Republic are the actual legit people here. The question is, what do we give this a negative to? Because this does irritate me. It legitimately irritates me how we wander around as a fleet admiral, acting like we are a commander. And Mike Romano's way would also fix it, by the way. Sorry, I don't mean to diminish you, Mike Romano. The Federation. Well, no, we gotta get the Republic in there too, Evo. The Rem Federation? Or the Federublic? The Federublic. I like it. That's us. That's us. Yeah, this feels like a story thing. I think I agree. Federublic. Are we too full, Bregwin? I'm sorry. Data has exactly one scene in all of STO in which he is not voice acted. Speaking of which, yeah, let's get some Cantina music going here. Hang on just a sec. Give me a sec here. What's some good Cantina music? Let's go with the classic. Anyways, what the hell's going on with Vega?
Unfortunately, Vega is lost. Starfleet Command will meet with Federation President Enoch O'Keg. and the Federation Council to determine our next steps. For now, Starfleet vessels will patrol the outskirts of the Vega system to ensure no Borg escape. Do you have any further questions?
I mean, there's actually quite... Oh, no! It's the bouncer! It's the bouncer! Get out of here! You bum! Get a job, you hippie! Oh, God! And now they're fighting to the... He's got the Tommy gun. Yeah, we're gonna contain the Borg because that's how that works. Anyways. What are your orders, sir?
You will be assigned to the Klingon front. But first, you could use some new equipment for your ship. I have some improved consoles developed by the Starfleet Corps of Engineers. These consoles can be installed on your ship to improve its abilities. As you improve in rank, you will earn better consoles. Other ships you will command throughout your career will have space for many more. When you're done here, go see Durr's racks to customize your starship's appearance.
Okay. Now, if I'm not mistaken, go check something here.
We have a diplomatic mission for you.
Yep. So we're done with this character. All right. We need to go commit suicide and satisfy... Oh, God! Apparently we're gonna get murdered by the dancing club. No, please! I beg you. How do I do emotes? I actually don't know how to do emotes. I've never done them in this game. Nope. Nope. You emote. Aha! Aha! Okay, okay. Oh, that's right. I remember this because they're all of them for the frickin' dance thing and Rise and they suck. Okay, hang on. I need to beg for my life. Please don't murder me. I'm begging you. There's beg. There's beg. Please don't murder me. I'm begging you, please. I'm just a pack lid. And a hometown girl. Wait, that sounds wrong. Oh, you want Secret of Mana music? I could do that. Hang on. Hang on. So impatient. God. Psalm. Here you go. There we go. Perfect music for horrific murder. No, yeah, perfect. The colonists, who are all insane from the nightmare death that they just went through, storm into ESD and just start beating me to death with their bare hands. Camera slowly pans out. Sad. Hang on, we need sad music as we're being beaten to death here. No. We need the ultimate sad music. And it's just like, no. What was our character? Mike! You were the chosen one! You were supposed to bring balance to the Borg, not leave them in darkness. But alas, there's only one fate left for Mike. You will be missed, remembered, and forgotten immediately. Greetings from Ryza! I'm wearing the Dyson suit. The others are wearing the Terran, and the Gamma one. I had to think about that. You were my brother, Lore. So, real quick, before we move onwards, we have to look at Klingon boobs. It's mandatory. Alright, now that we've done that. So, I want y'all to help me decide something, okay? Now, I've actually already given the game a negative for this, but if you remember, we cannot look at vanity shields and see what they look like. Now, I already have one of them. That's the Vulcan Logicians one, because I actually have that on right now. It's double checking. Yep. So I want you all to pick one of these other vanity shields for me to pick. They're all the baseball ones. I'm trying to pick up as many as I can because I like cosmetics. So we've got the Deep Space Niners, the Cation Claws, the Ferengi Liquidators, the Bozeman Titans, the Danubian Slime Devils, the Work Bees, and the Stem Bolts. What are y'all thinking? I got enough for one right now. I could face grind this, but honestly, I hate doing this. I'm seeing 2 votes for the Niners. There's the Work Beast. I like the name, the Stem Bolts, by the way. That's like my favorite name of the various teams. Hang on, I need like tropical music. Give me a sec, I actually have a tropical song. Why don't I pull the music tab up here? There it is. Get up there. Get up there. Let's see here. I'm seeing a few people for the Niners, yeah. Okay. We'll pick up the Niners. We'll see how terrible of an idea this was. We're going to do the event right now while we're here, because I hate you. And that's the reason, and not the fact that I'm trying to be efficient
Get
about
out
this.
there and get out there and fly. Time's wasting.
So, you're probably thinking, oh, so we're going to do the quests now, right? No. So, I mean, actually, the answer is yes, but now that Oculus is gone, okay, now we're doing the quest, now that Oculus is gone. Thank God! Oh, man, we could finally do the non-crap quests. You don't like jetpacks, Mockingbirds? What the hell? I should probably mention this is the best jetpack that there is. Because, of course, I have this jetpack.
You buzzed the resort!
Shut up. Whee! It flies really well, too. It's actually one of the better control mechanisms in the entire game. Which is funny. The ground combat works best when you're in the air. You can quote me on that. Yes, this is one of the 1,000 cost jetpacks. So of course I got that. Yeah, it arguably controls better than the ships.
The rope bridge often gets wind currents. Don't worry, though. It's very safe.
It's like there's those ones. Listen, Oculus. Here, you know what? Maybe actually, I can't show that off. I'll show off something else in just a moment, Mockingbirds, just for you. I also have the expensive thing of something else. So here's the deal. We're going to be doing some of the content, not so much out of order, as in the only order that really makes any kind of sense. So, there's several quests that were removed from, let's call it the main story quest. This right here, the Episodes tab, that's your MSQ, for those of you who play FF14. Or your book quest if you've ever played Lotro. Or the primary scenarios if you played WoW. Whoops, I missed one.
The land bridges are actually a natural feature. No geoengineering involved.
You'd know, because you do a lot of that in Ryza. Anyways, so this is the so-called main story plot. This is the chief main content. But if you check over here in available quests, you'll notice there's actually several other quests here. Like the Cold War scenario, the Lost 2800 scenario, Spectres, Wasteland, and I think that's actually it. So we're actually going to be doing this quote-unquote miscellaneous stuff first. It doesn't really fit anywhere else. That's why it's miscellaneous stuff. And then we're going to do a couple of other miscellaneous things. And then we're going to get on with the quests. So there's the kind of the order of events.
I hope you had a fun flight. Get out there and fly. Time's wasting.
Yeah, the Wastelands is... We should probably do that first because it's worst. You know me, I like to get the worst out of the way first. Let's beam up to the ship. Let's get the Darkness playlist going. So, I mentioned there was a bug that occasionally shows up. This is one of my favorite visual... This is actually a really recent bug. Check this out. You see my ship? Well, do you see anything wrong with my ship? Now, you might not because you don't know my ship as well as I do, because my ship actually looks like that. And you notice the only thing I did there was open up the menu. So there's a lighting bug in certain areas. The dilithium mine is another regular one, where it just kind of doesn't apply it properly. Like, I think it actually specifically has to do with the lighting on the overlay, because you'll notice it's universal lighting, no matter which direction I look at it from. There's essentially no actual shadows. But as you can see, this is what it's actually supposed to look like, with lots and lots of shading. See? So... Anyways. Uh-oh, there's the Vengeance. Gotta get away. Yeah, and it's basically regular. There's certain areas where you're just gonna see this bug repeat, and that's just life. The Donnie? Which one's that one, secular range? I mean, this is a very nice ship. I wish it looked better. I actually honestly think the Lexington is very ugly, personally. Goes back to that whole I wish I could... Oh, the Discovery Constitution. Duh. Yeah, okay, I know what you're talking about. But yeah, I wish I could look like another ship. Essentially, yes, Mike Kamano, with some exceptions. But like I said, we're going to start with the worst first. Because these are definitely the worst. So let's go ahead and start Throne Wasteland.
When you first beamed down here, oh, I wasn't so sure about you. But after what you did to Hassan, yeah, you have some skills. So, some Reman escaped with the triggers? Oh, tough break. I bet he's out of the sector by now. But if there's one man on this rock who'd know where to go next, it's Law. He can help you bring an end to all of this. Then we can all celebrate with some drinks at the bar.
So, I'm going to go ahead and mention that, narratively speaking, this quest actually occurs during the Romulan arc. The Romulan arc, that is correct, FML word. The Romulan arc is kind of all over the place because it's part of the Romulan mystery. But it's actually also during the Klingon War, and also the New Romulus thing, which drifts into the Solonai arc. So there's actually a whole lot of the Romulan arc. It kind of stretches across some of this. And the Borg thing is just kind of shoved in the middle weird. Why not do it then? Because I just really want it out of the way. And that's honest to God truth. I just want it out of the way. God, it's just... Okay, fine. Okay, we won't do it now. We'll do it later. God damn it. Making everything worse, Mike Romano. You're fired. Right, hang on, let me abandon the quest. Okay, so... Does anybody want to be bored with me? Because if we're going to do that... we're going to be bored. So... Let's do things in order. So the first thing I'm going to do, it's going to be a little bit weird. I'm going to show off something. It is the second adventure zone in the entire game. The only reason I'm showing you the second one and not the first one, because we're doing things in order, is because the first one is Q's Winter Wonderland, which only shows up during Christmas. So we need to head up to Defara, which is right there. So, let's talk historically speaking. My ship's a little bit faster than the other ones we've been flying, by the way. This is perfect music for what we're about to do here. So once upon a time, they were trying to figure out how to make their game a little bit less focused on missions, and to give you something to do other than missions, right? This is something they never stopped doing, but one of the idea they had was, you know what, why don't we go ahead and invent this thing that we call a adventure zone. It was supposed to be, well, kind of like what an overworld zone in most other MMOs is. It's a static place rather than a static, rather than a instanced, layered instance, excuse me. And they were like, let's go and do it. And they're like, well, what does everybody care about? The Borg! So you're probably wondering why the Borg were one of the first villains we fight in this game. By the way, I have actually very close to infinite warp slipstream on this ship. It's a feature of the Odysseys. So, yeah, Defara is actually pretty good for several endeavors. So, they wanted to make an overworld zone, and they wanted to make sure that players were interested in playing, And so they decided the best possible way to do that would be to try an Adventure Zone concept and to make the first story arc, the first real story arc in this game, centered around the Borg. Now, the Borg is the Borg story arc is actually still in the game. In fact, people do it regularly. As hell, I did one last night. In fact, I just noticed that one of my universals is to do the Hive Onslaught TFO, which is part of that. But I'm getting a little bit off topic. The point is, well, there were quests and there were missions. They really wanted to focus on the Borg. Because the Borg are name-catching, right? It's the same reason you put Wolverine in your X-Men thing. It's not because you want to do a story with him. It's because everybody knows who Wolverine is and they care about him. It's the same reason you put Spider-Man in a thing. You get the idea, right? So they focused on the Borg really hard, and it honestly kind of sucked. So, let's go see how suckitude it is. And thank you, Trithon. I think that was Trithon. It was! Thank you very, very much for that sub. I do always appreciate it. Thank you very much. If you want to put that towards something other than the fact that the Borg are the Borg, then please let me know. So we can go down to Defara, but we actually have no reason to go there. I like most of the skyboxes in this game, at least the space ones. Put towards Borgification. Ugh. So we want to go to the invasion zone, specifically. This is the thing I was just talking about. So let's get like a generic, I don't know, battle area thing going. Hang on. You're just in time. Notice this doesn't even have voice acting, by the way. Oh god, it's Harriet! And Harriet's shooting me! Why? Why? The Borg are overrunning the planet, and the Defari, who we'll talk about later, I hate the Defari, by the way, need our assistance. There are command centers in the space camp to organize our offensive in each area currently being targeted by the Borg. We'll also need to deal with the probe they've dropped right in the middle of the mess. Check to the personnel here. They'll have assignments for you. They will assist in your defense. The Defari are depending on us. We must do what we can. But won't the Borg adapt to my weapons? The Borg have technology that allow them to adapt to our weapons. The best way to combat this is to have the worst, stupidest, dumbest goddamn thing in the entire game. Any questions? No, I'm good, thanks. So let's talk about the frequency remodulator. This is dumb. I'm just going to say that as bluntly as I possibly can. So the way it works is, if you notice, we have devices. Now, I've deliberately not talked about these that much yet, primarily because we haven't really done any ground combat on any character that actually has devices. I have quite a few, as it happens. In fact, I need to re-equip a couple of them. But anytime you're fighting Borg on the ground, they implemented, and this is only in the old stuff, they implemented what can only be referred to as an equipment tax. So, what you have to do is you have to waste one of your device slots, which are very valuable, I feel like adding. These are effectively your console equivalents, to equate from the space equivalent, in order to have this. Now, you can get one for free, which is in the replicator. There we go. Go to the replicate, you replicate it. It is literally free. It costs 0 credits. It's impossible not to get it. You have to equip this stupid thing. We'll put it over, I don't know, the Horizon floater there. You get hit by a grenade. That's an important part of the process. And then you go out and you fight the freaking Borg. There's also an Omega. There's actually like 3 guns that I'm aware of that auto-modulate. They're all dumb and they all suck. This is kind of cool. It's a little... Hey, here's the thing. The Defara thing might not really be too terrible, if not for the fact that it really is one of the first things they added in the game. And God, it really, really, really shows. We're just going to do one quest here because, oh my God. So we're going to do the hard quest, because why not? No matter how hard we try to save everyone in the city, the Borg keep advancing. You like that lighting glitch, by the way? They've captured several civilians and infected them with a nanovirus in order to add their knowledge to the collective. These assimilated Defari are being taken to an area on the far side of the city, where the Borg have several regeneration chambers. The Borg are using these chambers to do intensive scans of the Defari's brains for the desired knowledge. Please stop doing that. Oh my God, stop it. People have been rescued from assimilation before. I know some of these civilians still have a chance. You just need to go to the regeneration chamber, stop the Borg, Make sure they don't learn any more information about the Preservers. This quest actually gives a processor. That's funny. And a Daily Omega. Sure, let's do it. Ba-ba-dum-ba, we're gonna die. See, this is what happens if you get assimilated. That up a little bit. We covered Endeavors yesterday. Where am I going? Where am I going? I'm way over there. Now, I will admit, personally, of all the ground adventure zones, I would say my personal favorite is the Voth. But I will also admit I've never really done it solo. So, a little bit of bias there. So anyways, this is my weapon. I've kind of talked it up a little bit. This is the Iconian Anti-Proton Death Doom Die in a Fire Beam. I believe that's the official and technical title thereof. You notice how I'm now doing 1 damage to the enemy? That's because they adapted, so I have to hit the remodulation. And then I can start firing again. Until they remodulate again, and then... It's boring. It's absolutely a negative to gameplay. It is a low-buy weapon. It is one of the only low-buy purchases I have ever made in my entire career playing this game, is this staff. It was absolutely worth it. Oh, here's one. Be free! You must have a team of 3 or more to start this encounter. What? Okay. Y'all are getting recruited. Back to team. Where's my Borg buddy? Actually, I knows. Move the music thing up because I'm stupid. Where'd you? Ah, there we go. Okay. The Borg refused to join us. Fear not. So, let's talk a little bit about how ground combat works. This is actually a pretty good time to do that. So, there's 2 aspects to ground combat. 3, really. But first, there's the basic equipment, which is exactly what it sounds like. It only really matters for things like set bonuses and specific abilities. It's equipment. What do you want from me? Then you have stuff like this, where you can open up a portal to the sun. So what that does is that... I honestly feel like that kind of speaks for itself, really. Not much else to add there. There's a couple other things you can do. Let's get a little fun going on here. Yes, Ventures. Now, we're actually not supposed to kill these people, but honestly, it's just so much fun. Be free! So I have what is effectively a turret build for ground. I've got these Ba'ul, I think? Ba'ul? Obelisk things, which beam together and are turrets. And then I've got the solar gateway. I've also... I don't have it on right now, but I can also have the android. And, of course, we've got to get the runabout out, which is actually pretty useful, all things considered. We've got to do the flourish to show off that we've done all the reps, because we have no life. Very important part of the process. Be free. Just seeing which people we can free here. Anyone else I can free? Hey, get your freedom here. Freedom. So, your gear is whatever. I happen to have the Red Angel suit. The reason why is because it allows you to do this. Now, this is whatever, honestly. But it also gives you some unique abilities just for being in this mode. Which I really wish I had a Borg I could show it off to. But apparently they're all frickin' dead. Hang on, let's go find a Borg really quick here. No, they're all dying too quickly. You. Die. Die. Continue to die. And of course you can switch back. Oh, I was wondering, Flagan. I need to figure out where my privacy settings are. It's not quite God mode, but when you're in Red Angel mode, you are death. There's very, very little that's going to be able to deal with you with that. By the way, the other reason I have Red Angel mode on is it gives you the ability to get up from death once every so often, which can cause issues, but it is it's a life 3, and it's really, really, really awesome. Very, very useful. So that's my armor. That's my equipment that gives me that, and that is a set bonus. Excuse me. Now, so next thing is, so there's a combination of your kit and your devices. So your devices are generally lower powered. Like I've got the Pavan healing crystal, the android I believe is down here, and the Ophidian cane. That's a fun one. The Terran knife, which just stab, you know. Those are little, let's call them bonus damage things. But then you got the big stuff. So this used to be a different system. Thankfully, they broke the system down substantially. And nowadays, instead what you have is you have your kit equipped. I can talk. And that gives you your own status. That's just treated as a separate piece of equipment. But the kit modules, these are your BOF ability equivalents. This is what determines, for real, your abilities on the ground. There's a lot of kit modules. If you notice, I just have some basic ones like some heals and another heal because those are really good. But my other 4, well, that's the Liberated Terran Exocomps, the Subspace Rift, which I need to use more often, the Robelisk I already showed off, and of course, the Portal to the Sun. All of those are marked 15 because of course they are. That's the stuff that changes your abilities on the ground. Now, I actually talked about this when we were playing FF14 of all things. The way this works out, the way this kind of comes down into existence. What are we supposed to do to finish this stupid quest? Is you, I love the total lack of indication here. You, ground combat kind of sucks. So what they have done over the years, their method of combating this, and I don't even know if they did this deliberately or not, is they made it so that you can just be stupid on the ground. Just stupid. I have a team of 3. We're right here. I have a team of 3. Let's see if I can invite Flagan here. No, it's fine, Mockingbird's here. I'll open the portal to the sun right now. Just so you can see it. But yeah, the reason why I tend to lean so heavily onto turret stuff is, first of all, they avoid a lot of mechanisms of the game, like the Borg's remodulation thing, by the way. But also, because it's just fun to just walk around and be like, hey, what's up? And just summon 50 things and watch them kill everything for you. Again, turret build, right? There's a lot of different abilities, different kits you can get on the ground, and I mean a ton. One of the things you can get from Ryza is a tsunami generator, because war crimes. One of the things you can get is, one of the more recent ones is a lightning, like a chain lightning death thing. I know there's at least one other android thing, I forget what that is. I can't even remember the whole list. There's a lot of kits. There's the bajillion kits. And it's pretty much whatever flavor of I want to kill you in the face that you want to have, right? And that's how they do ground combat. Again, whether deliberately or not, that's how it ended up. So you'll notice, even though I have one of the best weapons in the game, that's the last thing I use. Because I spend most of the rest of my time just trying to set down turrets and make sure that everything in my face is no longer there. If I can help any of these people. No, okay. Cool. Cool. Any other partially assimilated here's one. There, get out of here. Yep, nope, I absolutely am, Sarura. And yeah, that mission is a long slog, but damn, it was worth it. So this is not in the game's favor. Let's just be honest about that. Yeah, that little fun little thing. But, whoops, I'm attacking. I shouldn't be attacking. I should be summoning a portal to the sun! Set sun to stun! My general mentality when it comes to ground, and Pax can back me up on this, is I want to be as ridiculously overpowered as is possible, specifically so I don't have to deal with ground. So I can just summon everything and steamroll everything in my way, because ground combat sucks. It's not, there's no tactics. There's no terrain relevance. The only strategy in ground combat, the only thing in which you have to engage your brain, is whether you're in front of the enemy or behind them. There's some cool ideas, but none of them matter. So instead I just focus on being a death ball, and whatever's in my way isn't there anymore. Now, we just finished this quest. It sucked. It was vague in terms of directions. It was vague in terms of action. There's no real story to speak of here. The Defara Adventure Zone sucks. So, we've done that. One of the first pieces of content added to the game. Now we're going to do something even worse. So let's see here. Let me look up the specific names, because I've laid this all out while Pax was being patient with me. First thing we're going to do is the Arena of Somtech. Perfect, let's do it. These are TFOs. I like how I didn't ask any of these people if they wanted to join me for this. They just get dragged along. Y'all get to suffer. Suffer and hit yes, please. So the Defara Zone gets a negative. That's just that. I'm going to be nice and only give it one negative, but the Defara Zone sucks. Now, TFOs. Let's talk about TFOs. I know, right, Sorora? If they were just so much more neutral. TFOs are, that's their term for instances. Whether you call them dungeons like in WoW, or five-mans like in some games, or skirmishes or arenas, whatever. TFOs is their term for instance. Instance is the term I usually use for those, and will continue to use henceforth, because they're TFOs. So we're going to be doing a few of these that have no connection to anything, that some of which were added early, some of which were added later, but these are just kind of here. So hang on, let's switch playlists down one step.
Kovan, welcome to the Arena of Sombat, the oldest of its kind on Kronos. The Alliance has survived many challenges, the Arconian War, attacks on our leaders, and now the unrest in the Alpha Quadrant. To survive, we must remain strong. To do that, we must prepare for conflict, enter the arena, and test your skills and Nakaras. Fight with honor! Papa!
Oh, I guess I can go in. Why would a Borg want tea? Or is that coffee? Yeah, I honestly didn't think he was going to mention that. You notice I cut the dialogue as soon as I could. But he wouldn't. What? Oh, right. Oh, God, no. There's enemies. There's enemies attacking us. They're Klingons. They're rival Klingons, because of course they are. Hang on, let me summon a portal to the sun. Wait, are you actually summoning a portal to the sun in the holodeck? Yes. Holodeck is melted. That's an interesting question, G-Juice. But the answer is yes. Oh yeah, I can do the, is that it? Yeah, that's it. Subspace Rift. Or someone I can open a Subspace Rift on. Ah. Damn it. Cowards! Ugh. You don't live long enough for me to use my abilities on. There. You've been shredded into subspace, which, by the way, that's another war crime I have on me. As if the portal to the sun wasn't bad enough, which I'm never going to stop mentioning, because it's my favorite weapon in the entire game.
Make ready, warrior. The lightning round begins now.
Okay. Let's get the Liberateds out. Gotta get the Liberateds out. Get that out. Get everything out. Just get all the pets out. Get everything out here. You know, I don't actually know if Tony Todd was in the recent Candyman. You'd think he would be, but I guess it's not a gimme. Do I not have... I don't have that equipped right now, do I? Well, you see, Mockingbirds, merely asking the question of honor is dishonorable. And also, if you watch the previous VOD, the one right before this, I actually have a whole discussion of it for like 10 minutes. So, go watch that. Oh no! Someone went down. You gonna let me game? There we go. Let's go and get some heals out here. It's when we're in Grethor, specifically Mockingbirds. Oh no, it's the... well, I don't know who these strange aliens are, but whatever they are, we will kill them. They will be turbo dead. No mercy for the weird aliens. Who are mysteriously the most advanced aliens in the entire setting for some reason. Even though whatever. What species are we? I am a Betazoid, okay. Don't sleep, Mockingbirds? What are you trying to be, me? Oh crap! Tholians!
Fighters, prepare yourselves! It is time for the hazard round!
Or we could just be done with this. Are we done with this? I mean, you say the Voth are more advanced, but honestly, some of the tech the Zenkethi have is silly. Like, it's one of those gameplay and story segregation things, because they need to be higher level and higher tier because we fight them later. It's one of the problems with putting the Borg as the first villain. You've just made the Borg the tutorial enemy. One of the many problems with doing that. No, no.
It would seem a bigger challenge is in order. So be it!
Oh, Jesus. Speaking of the Voth. Reminds me of that fake commercial, Mockingbirds. We've got the solution for you. It's a frying pan to the face. So as you can see, I don't even need a res because the Red Angel just reses me. Don't think too much about what that actually means in lore. I guess I can unequip the frickin' modulator, can't I? Let's see. Let's get the Shard of Possibilities back.
You fight well, but how long can you last against rising odds?
Probably infinitely. We're pretty overgeared for this. So anyways, this is dumb. I'm thinking one negative to gameplay. It's boring and dumb, but it could be worse. Thoughts? Like, it's literally just really crappy horde mode. Yeah, the Voth had the advantage of being way ahead of everybody else. And then they ruined that advantage because of Doctrine. Go figure. We'll talk more about the Voth later. I love all the latinum I'm getting for killing these holodeck creations. So, does this end, or do we have to die to end this? I suppose I should look that up. By the way, I've never done this TFO, so this is actually new to me. Let's look this up. Yeah, apparently this just goes on forever. Effectively forever. So, I recommend we all commit suicide. Satisfy YouTube. Where's the enemies? Where are we at? Where are we at? More Voth. Yeah, where's my emergency knife? Where's my emergency knife? Oh god. Kill me, my minions. I know I have a lot of things that save me. That's the cool thing right there.
One challenge.
Damn it, future me. Stop resing me. Oh, we did it. Woo!
Cease hostilities.
You fought with honor, despite the odds. I look forward to watching your next efforts in the arena.
I guess we'll go Temporal. Yeah, we'll go Temporal today. Oop. Yep, cool. So, that sucked. Ready for something else that sucks? Oh, we're up here. That's weird. Well, I'm up here. Ah! Yeah, so the game kicks you out of a group after you leave a TFO. This has frustrated me for literally years. I hate this feature. Negative to gameplay. Okay. I'm gonna assume everyone crowded around me is my peoples. Right? Maybe. Help me out here. Who's whom? Oh yeah, we gotta try out our new shield we just got. The Niners. There it is. That's the DS9ers? That is very orange. Okay, so there's Flygand. If I can invite. There we go. And there's Harriet. Seriously, this is the Niners skin? Where's the Defiant? Oh, there it is. So the next one is double-checking my notes. We knocked that off. Binary circuit. This is also ground, because I hate my life. It's okay. This one's going to be funny. This is actually PvP. Now, I'm actually also going to queue for advanced, because generally speaking, advanced queues tend to go by quicker than normal queues. I'm just going to chill here for a second. Yeah, Defiants are actually pretty small. It depends, Triaxia. Yeah, you ever want to see how tiny the Defiant is? Look at the Defiant compared to the Centaur. The Centaur is not exactly a big ship to begin with, this thing over here. It's funny you say that, Mockingbirds, because both of those are wrong. But don't worry. I'm going to try and give you a show. I hate how big my ship is. I really do. Look at this thing. Yeah, I know, right? Defiants are as big as Mirandas. Like, so, something that's probably not obvious, the camera zoom range changes based on the size of your ship. So if you were paying attention when we were playing our dinky little bird of prey, the camera was much more zoomed in because our ship was small. I am in a giant ship. So, you know, a Miranda right now would look about like that Defiant spec right next to me. Because that's the way they scale that. I'm pretty sure that, Harriet over here's camera is even further out, because look at the size comparison there. Whoops. Just gonna keep the Warcraft music going. You know, I'd like to say I would like this more if I didn't have the the Lance thing, but no, I just don't like the style of the ship. I never have. Part of the problem, though, is the position of the windows makes it look like this is actually a really small ship, like the size of an Intrepid. Yeah, I don't know how long this is going to take. What are you flashing at me for? Oh, okay. Yay. Oh, hey, we got a personal endeavor done. Woo! Well, okay, so what can I do to be efficient here? Let's see. Nothing. All right. Well, actually, no, we can do... I was going to wait on that, though, wasn't I? Oh, DS9 is gargantuan. As it should be. It's a space station. Yeah, we should probably do that first. Probably because they are Triaxia. Sorry, I'm thinking about something. So part of the problem is the Borg story arc is actually 3 separate Borg story arcs, which is stretched out across 3 separate categories of activities. So it's kind of all over the place. Oh my god! All right, hang on. Where are we going next? Next place we're hitting is there. But I want to stay someplace that's easy to be grouped up in, so I'm just going to chill here for a second. And wait extremely patiently for this queue, which is going to pop. It's going to happen. It's going to be a thing. We're just going to be here. It's going to be cool. There's nothing else I can do right now. That's the best part. Let me look at the question queue. What are we at with the question queue? Let's see. Evo asked a question. I don't think she's here anymore, though. Is there a Star Trek episode you can name that is a low-stakes scientific mystery? Clues. So Evo asks, how do you define science fiction, fantasy, and a mix? So, science fiction is generally speaking based on reality. Not actually realistic, but it is based on a scientific understanding of the universe, the world, etc. It's the kind of thing that, with a few adjustments, you can see happening in real life. It usually tends to be more orderly, and usually tends to involve more what we would refer to as high technology. Warcraft is science fiction. By contrast, fantasy tends to follow its own rules, which completely reinvent the laws of physics and the laws of reality, making it into whatever it wants to. Actually, Outer Wilds, which we played recently, is actually a perfect example of a game that is full-on fantasy. It can do whatever it wants to with its base rules, and doesn't have to adhere to them. Who are you, Space Cadet? Sorry. I don't know who's what. So, for example, let me use a direct example here. In fantasy, you might not have something called atoms. Things aren't made of matter. Instead, what they're made of is magic. Everything's made of magic. It's just magic that's aspected towards a specific thing. Like earth or water, or fire or death or whatever, right? We're just hanging out here. The Temporal Cruiser. Is that you? Is this a Temporal Cruiser? That is a Temporal Cruiser, okay. That's not what I think of when I think of Temporal Cruiser. Isn't that FF14? Yes, actually. Final Fantasy XIV is a fantasy, whereas World of Warcraft is science fiction. It's actually a good way to compare and contrast the two concepts, which is why I did that deliberately. But to use other examples, Outer Wilds or Treasure Planet are fantasy, whereas, let's go with Babylon 5 and I'm actually failing at this, are more science fiction. Guild Wars, spoilers. So, we're doing binary circuit, right? Yep. Okay, cool. Q for advanced. I'm serious. It is actually spoilers, Ross. Sorry. So, the difference between the two isn't just about the fundamental construction of the setting, though. It's also about the general approach to the tone. Now, that first definition is the more broadly accepted definition. It's about the fundamentals of the setting. When it comes to the application of the tone and atmosphere, that's when it comes into personal opinion as to what feels more science fiction, whereas what feels more fantasy. Farscape feels more fantasy than sci-fi, whereas Star Wars feels more sci-fi than fantasy, although both actually mix the two relatively freely, right? Star Trek obviously feels very science fiction. Warcraft arguably feels fantasy, even though Warcraft is very much science fiction. And you get the general idea here. Battlestar Galactica? And that's my answer to that. Babylon 5 is another interesting example because Babylon 5 freely ties into things like energy beings and effectively magic and foresight and all that kind of fun kind of stuff. But despite having several fantasy elements, in terms of tone, Babylon 5 still presents itself as a science fiction thing and therefore feels more sci-fi. But of course, that's down to opinion and therefore whether it feels that way to you or not. So that's why I list this after the definition, because this is not a definition, for example. Now, getting back into it, something like Star Wars is absolutely science fiction by the hard definition. It is very much a fundamental setting of people and physics and laws and science and technology is one of the predominant aspects of the entire setting. It happens to have the Force, but the Force is kind of like throwing one fantasy element into a science fiction setting. In fact, that's kind of literally what Star Wars is. That still makes it a science fiction setting, it just has a fantasy element. The fact that there's magic in Warcraft doesn't make that any more fantasy than anything else, right? And yeah, Star Trek has wormhole prophets, to use another similar example. The wormhole aliens are another perfect example of something that is very clearly a fantasy element just kind of tossed in to something that's trying to be science fiction. Don't worry, we will succeed where they failed, Savacom. We will make the Force grounded and codified! Sorry, but the point is, this queue is taking a really long time. You saw how quick the earlier queue was. This is ridiculous. So you get the general idea. Now, I will admit, in my overall opinion, the definition between the two doesn't really matter. Like, you don't really have to define whether it's science fiction or fantasy. I think the definition's neat. Definitions can be neat, but I don't think it's mandatory. Oh, hello. I love that ship, by the way. That is a Tholian ship right there. In fact, that is a Tholian dreadnought. You think my ship's big? Look at that thing for a second. Look at it. Now look at the Defiant, which is this speck right next to it. Homeworld bounces back and forth between being hard sci-fi and very much not, being like pure up fantasy. Homeworld 1 is very hard sci-fi. Homeworld 2 is very fantasy. Cataclysm is kind of in the middle, but leans more towards sci-fi. Same thing with Deserts of Karak. So, it's a bit of a big ship, isn't it? Anyways, you didn't take the invite. Oh, the team's full. I don't remember how to fix that. I'm trying to remember how to fix that. Well, no. It's just trying to figure out how to get into this frickin' TFO. It's a shame. This is a TFO I wanted to show off. Let's see where we were. Do me a favor. Whoever's in the Tholian. Just go ahead and queue for the same thing. Which is binary circuit, normal, and advanced. Because the problem we're running into is we actually need 10 people in order to queue for this. 5 on one side and 5 on the other. I'm going to give this a couple more minutes. And if it doesn't come through PAX, if you're there too, could you do the same thing? Anybody who plays this game, if you could queue for that, to get us into that, I'd really appreciate it. Just to get this over with. Have fun, Justin. See you around. So, we're talking about definitions, science fiction, fantasy, blah, blah. Right. Now, that being said, Evo's mentality that Star Wars is fantasy, predominantly, actually, it has plenty of validity to it. Because Star Wars has always... let me walk that back. Star Wars, ever since Empire Strikes Back, has always had a fairly large amount of mysticism. Deliberately dragged... mysticism dragged into the setting in order to try and flesh out the Force and the nature of how the universe works and so forth and so on. So it kind of depends on which lens you're looking through, because Star Wars can sit pretty much wherever it wants to based on the construction thereof. If you could queue for binary circuit, both normal and advanced, because it doesn't matter, I would much appreciate it. We need 5 people on the other side, effectively, in order to get a group going. Oh, Chthon has the penalty. Well, that sucks. Let's see here. Questions. Loke did ask a question. If I could rewrite the Borg thing without making a simulation, how would I do it? The problem is I've already answered that. Getting rid of the Borg is the easy answer. Maybe replace it with just something local. Just some pirates, maybe, you know? Or maybe the Syndicate's causing some issues, you know, something like that. I don't know. Something relatively low tier. In Star Trek, who would I say is the weakest of the big civilizations? In what facet would be my answer to that? Trihexia then also asks, why is the best method of fighting and killing Borg see physical attacks in combat? Bad writing. You can queue for a lot of things at the same time when locked. I only found out recently. Pax told me about that. We don't have a arena cooldown, do we? Interesting. I wouldn't call the Bajorans one of the big powers. Oh, did I, Loke? Sorry. I'm going to give this like another minute and then call it. I was really hoping to show you off something in this exact TFO, but it is not procking. And I do have a schedule. And this is ridiculous. Well, while we're here, let's queue for something else. What's our next one? So that's binary circuit. What about twin tribulations? Way down here. So this is the other one that will probably also not proc. We're now queued for 4 things at once. We've also got core assault. That's a fun one. Yeah, but you didn't give me a metric, Trihexia. Strongest, or excuse me, weakest in what manner? Now queued for 6 things. Surely one of these. Surely. Surely. Wait, do we have a universe? Did I see a universe? A universe would be even bigger than this tarantula over here. That is a ship, Trihexia. Of course I do, Evo. No, you know what? I've decided to be possessed by an alien right now. And to completely change my personality, and no one will even notice. That's how that works. So in terms of military and stability, okay, that's a good metric. So the weakest of the big 3, in that case, would be all of them. Any questions? I'm not actually joking. I'm not trying to be facetious. That really is the answer. Interesting skin color. I like it. It's good contrast. I already answered that, Mockingbirds. That is specifically a Tarantula-class Tholian dreadnought. So here's the problem. The Federation are ludicrously advanced in terms of technology and have effectively infinite resources and infrastructure. They are also a military, or at least Starfleet's a military. The catch is, they tend to not be very mobilized at any given point in time, and they're not militarily bent. So, if in the case of a war, if the Federation can last for any period of time, the Federation will probably win. We actually saw this to an extent during the Dominion War, but the fact remains, the Feds can play the long game. The Klingons have the most bodies and the most just raw numbers to throw at anything. They like to zerg. They're not really good in combat or tactics. Their ships have some military advantages, but honestly, those military advantages are too easy to bypass. So, the Klingons can probably win an early war, but the longer a war drags on, the worse the Klingons are going to do, especially since losses have... Did you just destroy a whole planet? Oh my god. Would you stop destroying planets? Oh wait, it's Defari. Never mind, nobody cares about them. So, we talked about stability too, right? Federation stability is pretty solid. It's not going anywhere. By contrast, Klingon stability is going to get worse the more they lose. In literal, like if you ever played Europa Universalis 4, balance! If you ever played EU4, you know that stability is an actual stat, right? If you were playing the Klingons in EU4, they would take a stability hit every time they lost a major battle, or had a significant detriment to their military exercises, or whatever, right? Like, they get pushed back, or they lose a territory, or they have to sign a peace treaty. They're going to have houses that are going to rebel against them. They're going to have internecine fighting. They're going to fall apart. So the Klingons would win a Zerg rush, and honestly nothing else. Now the Romulans are weird. See, that's what the Romulans are right there. That's a perfect example. The Romulans are all over the place. See, I was actually talking about this earlier in brief, because someone asked who holds the power within the Romulan Star Empire. Where's the power set there? Now the problem is, you might say it's the Senate, or the Praetor, or the Emperor or Empress, or whatever. But the truth is, actually, it's always been the military. The military, unlike in the Klingon Empire, the military of the Romulan Star Empire has always been its own faction. Now, the military of the Romulan Star Empire, traditionally speaking, has been the backbone of everything, because they're based on Rome. Bigger army diplomacy, it's a real thing, look it up. So, whoever has the backing of the military, whoever the military is pushing, that's who tends to be in charge. That's who tends to be the Praetor, or the Emperor, or whatever. You push against the military, you're screwed. Now, the catch to that is, and there is, yeah, this literally goes back before TOS. The catch to that, and there isn't a catch to that, is the Romulan internecine is insane. The Romulans are constantly infighting and backbiting and scheming against each other, even more so than the Klingons are. Their internal stability is a negative value, and has never not been a negative value. Even though I just mentioned the military are the powerhouses, even the military has to deal with the Senate, and they have to deal with the Tal Shiar, and they have to deal with the political arm, and they have to deal with the economic arm, and there's just all sorts of aspects of it that are all constantly fighting each other, and that's on the aggregate scale, the zoomed out scale. There are tons and tons and tons of individuals who are constantly trying to get another foot up the ladder, and are willing to screw over whoever they have to do it, even if it's to the detriment of the Romulan Star Empire as a whole, because they don't care. In many ways, the Romulan Star Empire is corporate greed taken to an extreme. Virtually no one involved gives a damn about anything other than themselves. Now, this means the Romulans tend to have some pretty good military function and some pretty good military ships, and not much else going for them. To be completely blunt, the only reason the Romulan Star Empire has endured as long as it has is because everybody knows that they're always scheming, and so just kind of like, just pushes them over there, and the Federation has effectively acted as a buffer state to prevent anyone from crushing them. Hey, look, there's a Jem'Hadar carrier. The best ship in the game. That's not true, but... Listen, Mockingbirds, all I'm saying is that Evo should head out... Oh, I didn't get to see the... Oh, no, I did see the picture. It was pink. It was awesome. Pink and teal. So, would I say the Federation's thinking on military is close to modern Japan? Yes, I demand to see a barrel roll. I want this with every fiber of my being. I love that you can do that on the giant ships. It's hysterical. The Federation approach to the military is hard to discuss because it's kind of changed over the years based on the attitudes of the writers. Back in the day, Starfleet was very military, but in a good way. Then Starfleet was very anti-military because of Vietnam. Then Starfleet was kind of military, but we're not sure what we think of that. But then Starfleet was very military because war, and then Starfleet is absolutely not a military, so we had to actually introduce a military branch to go on board the ship in order to serve as the military. So it's kind of hard to gauge the Federation's approach to military, because the writers are schizophrenic. Okay, this is effectively... How long have we been in the queue at this point? That doesn't tell me, does it? My god, just sitting here. That's a good question, Ross. Let me know if you figure that out. So, what is my favorite Trek race? Klingons! What the hell am I being shot with? Oh, God! Oh, God! That's actually a good question, too, Savicon. Haven't decided yet. Hasn't come up yet. I suppose that's not true. In the never mind. We've actually already answered that. The rewrite is two different things. In the rewrite, it's two different things. Because World War III lasts, like, a day in the rewrite. Whereas in... Yeah, and then the eugenics war is a little bit more involved than that. Okay, so... This is ridiculous. This actually kind of sucks. I'm going to put these on the back burner. Let's see if we can do the one other thing, because there's one other thing that's kind of a miscellaneous thing here. I just want to show it off really quick. The Tholians? I mean, the Tholians are in a grand total of 3 episodes of Trek. So make of that what you will. Alright, who's not hitting yes? I'm not sure I have a favorite race in Trek. I like the DS9 major races. Bajorans, Ferengi, Cardassians, Founders, Jem'Hadar, Vorta.
Welcome to the Gamma Hydra training facility. Today, you'll be running through a modified version of a legendary Starfleet training scenario, the Kobayashi Maru.
Oh, I just did that. The Borg on Vega.
In this exercise, you must protect the Kobayashi Maru as long as possible. You'll want to keep your teammates alive as well. The conflict will get harder as you progress, thanks to local hazards and attacks from enemy vessels.
Tell me more about the scenario.
The scenario will be modified by a number of hazards and affixes. Hazards are environmental difficulties to be overcome
This is the
by
Kobayashi Maru.
affixes are
19
buffs
frames
and
out of
debuffs
Altair
that can be
6.
placed
We
on
have
player
struck a
ships,
gravitic
enemy
mine
ships. Welcome.
and have lost
In this
all power.
exercise, you must protect the Kobayashi Maru as long as possible. You'll want to keep your teammates alive.
I'll save you, Kobayashi Maru.
Get harder as you progress.
Oh my god, it was a trap! Da-na-na-na! Sorry. Yeah, let's get some trap music going here. This is extremely intense. Very intense.
The next wave is incoming.
I could see that, Sarura. Like, I really could. So the Kobayashi Maru is just suicidal. Honestly, let's just let him. You know, it's cool. We're all cool here.
Heads up! Another wave is coming your way.
So yeah, this is another Infinite Waves thing. It's slightly less crap solely because it's not ground. I'm not sure if this is literally Infinite Waves, but it also has the mutator system, so that's already better than the previous thing was. Hey, Valerian. Listen, I know you're going to be shocked by this, but the Kobayashi Maru was actually a trap. Can you believe that? I know it's shocking. And the Borg are the tutorials. Listen, we gotta fight the real enemy. The Mokai Klingons. Jesus Christ.
The next wave is incoming. Warning. Artillery incoming. Exit area immediately.
Well, I guess. Ugh. Oh. What's the question I'm looking at? Okay, is Tuvok a Section 31 agent in the rewrite? I have no idea. I've admittedly not even thought about it. I suppose putting some thought into it right now, I would lean towards no. He's definitely Starfleet intelligence, that's just kind of his shtick. But past that, nah, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Oh no, I'm dead! It's so horrible.
Get ready for another wave.
Now, Neelix, he's Section 31. Honestly, I was actually thinking about...
Is active.
Oh, we have an affix. Oh, we got her. Each enemy ship destroyed caused the remainder to become stronger. Oh, that's cool.
The Kobayashi Maru's health is at 50%.
So yeah, I was kind of thinking to make Neelix... I don't want to make him like...
Kobayashi Maru's health is at 25%.
Someone who can make
Maru's health is at 10%.
Really good tasting food. I love how it's tractor beaming me and I'm dead. But instead, rather, he's really good at making food happen, period, right? In simple terms, he has a really high survival stat. So you're on a random planet with random materials and random animals, and he can make a functional and safe meal out of that. It may not taste all that great, but it'll be good food, right? Why is the Kobayashi Maru not dead? Go, my minions! The Jem'Hadar. Yeah, exactly. The whole idea is I want Neelix to actually be what he was supposed to be from the beginning. I guess I can respawn. Die, Kobayashi Maru. Die! Die? It's at 0%. It's literally at 0%. What's the issue here? It has 1 health.
It's not over yet. The next wave is coming. Enemy assault incoming. Survive the onslaught.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't be the first time I've seen a TFO completely break. There's actually another one that breaks semi-regularly. I will talk about it when we get to it. Swarm. I'll tell you the name of it right now, but we're not doing that for a while. For obvious reasons. Oh my god, tractor beams! Jesus! Anyways, I don't think Tom will ever go after Guess. So, I also don't think making Neelix a jealous asshole is really beneficial to his character. So, from both directions, that's gonna go away.
Heads up! Another wave is coming your way.
So, yeah, I think it's broken. That sucks. Do we keep Tuvix? There's about a 99% chance we're not keeping Tuvix at all. It just doesn't fit any of Voyager. My Voyager. We are absolutely not ejecting Cass. I'm not losing that scene. Plenty of people love the Tuvix episode. Including me. Problem is, Tuvix doesn't fit, so he's out. Boop! And he's gone. Erased from reality. See, Janeway's not the only one who can do that. So this is clearly broken. So that sucks. We're just gonna get out of range of everything. And bail. Because that's just... Wow, I love how much of a colossal waste of my time that was. You know what's funny is the Ocampa are extraordinarily easy to fix. Yep, 30-minute penalty, so we can't do any other missions for half an hour. Cool. So we're going to go ahead and jot that down as a gameplay negative. Not the instance. The instance are actually fine. It's that problem. If you're paying attention, FF14 and WoW both have mechanisms to avoid this, because they understand that there are specific and precise scenarios in which you want to leave a group, or want to leave an instance, or whatever. So, you know, they want to make a situation where you don't have the frickin' penalty. In STO, nope, you get the penalty. Sucks to be you. got to show that one off a little bit. I'd say that's actually probably gameplay pause worthy. Yeah, let's put it in an aggregate. Let's do that. Okay, so that's done. That's done. Since we're sort of... Yeah, no kidding, Trithon. At this point in time, what's the frickin' point of that? The Kobayashi Maru is still going strong, like 0% health. Oh my god. Okay, so let me think about this. Let me go ahead and... Give me a sec. Yeah, Kirk was like, what? One moment. I need to check something here. No, Magmag. Savik is not in this game. Sorry, what I was supposed to do next was the Borg stuff. Problem is, all of the Borg stuff is freaking TFOs, so it's like, well, you know, so we'll instead do this in a very strange order. So let's go ahead and take a very brief break, and then we're going to go ahead and start some quests. So I'll be right back. I do like that idea, Savika. How long did I last against the Borg? Well, level 9. Jesus Christ. All right, so if you remember, when last we left our party, we had just put on a really ugly skin. I need to change the skin. We had just been assigned to the Klingon in front. Because remember, we're at war with them Klingons. I know the Borg are attacking, but don't worry about it, okay? Don't stress it. The Klingons, that's what we're really at war against. So, we actually need to go down here, and we need to go get ready for our conflict with the Klingons by switching to a ship specifically designed for no other purpose than to kill Klingons. You could say it's 3 guns attached to an engine. Why did my music player go away? Why are we on the boss playlist? We're going to switch to the Atma. So this is the Uss Atma. I'm actually really proud of this ship. I've already kind of shown you what it's like playing a traditional cruiser. That was the ship I was just playing as. I'm going to show you what it's like playing a fighter in this game. This is actually going to be hard to do for me because I don't honestly have that much practice at it. But the difference in mobility and speed in this thing compared to any other ship is ridiculous. And this is true for most escorts. So, let's go deal with some Klingon scum.
We have a diplomatic mission for you. An important Vulcan ambassador is traveling from his homeworld to the monastery at Pajem. Capturing the ambassador would be a major coup for the Klingons or Orions, so we're assigning you to make sure everything goes smoothly. You are to escort Ambassador Soketh to Pajem. Please meet him at Vulcan. Once you locate him, speak with him about the transport mission. Do whatever is necessary to keep him safe.
Okay. Let's ignore what this gigantic ship is. Yeah, we're playing a dinky ship again, by the way. This, by the way, is a Burrell retrofit. So, unlike the idea before of the slowly updating ship, this is completely a modern ship within an old frame. Which is a distinction because this is a top-of-the-line ship. It just happens to look like an old ship, right? As opposed to, you know, the Miranda, which is modern-ish, but not actually, you know, capable of going up toe-to-toe against actual modern ships. You just get out of combat FML and hit depart system. It'll say, are you sure? You'll say yes, you'll get a 30-minute cooldown. That's it. You can rack up a high score if you want. Captain, we've arrived at the Vulcan system. I took the liberty of contacting the ambassador's side when we arrived. Tapella says the ambassador has certain arrangements he prefers when traveling. She'd like to go over them with you. Would you like to put her on main screen?
Greetings. Thank you for agreeing to escort the ambassador to Pajem. Ambassador Soketh is currently attending a ritual to honor the end of the Kalrek holiday. He will be done soon, but the ambassador is hesitant to use transporter technology. His bias against the transporters is not logical, but I have come to accept it. I believe that Soketh would be much more comfortable traveling by shuttlecraft. I have received clearance for you to land near the ambassador's location. I look forward to meeting you in person.
Admiral, because I'm an admiral. Alright, whatever. Let's go to Ryza. Woo! Unfortunately, it's all local. I have tens of gigabytes of archived and sorted music within certain playlists for certain activities. Sorry. See you around, Trathon. Have a good one. Alright, go ahead and land the shuttle, please. Oh, I guess I'm landing the shuttle. Alright, whatever.
Starfleet Shuttlecraft. This is Vulcan Orbital Control. You are cleared to land at the requested coordinates. Welcome to Vulcan. Please enjoy your stay.
Yeah, canonically, we're probably supposed to be running around in a Miranda right now. So welcome to Vulcan. I'm not sure if this version has the memorial to Spock. I don't think it does. There is one in the actual Vulcan. That might be it over there. There it is. Yep, we hit level 10. We did it! The aide has requested you meet with her before speaking to the ambassador. Oh, okay. It's okay, I have this giant armored suit which is regulating my internal temperature. So I don't care how hot it gets. We good.
Captain, I regret to inform you that we have come to an impasse in completing your mission. Allow me to explain. As you know, Pajem is sacred to the Vulcan people, and access to it is strictly prohibited. Ordinarily, this would not present any difficulty, but Savin, the leader of the order that maintains the monastery, has chosen this moment to illogically refuse to grant Ambassador Soketh permissions to meet with the abbot at Pajem. This is most abnormal.
Can this wait until he changes his mind?
The ambassador has considered going to the council to request that they overrule Savin, but the process will take time that he simply does not have. If the ambassador is unable to complete his journey to Pajem now, he will have to delay it until after the trade conference at Corridan is complete, and that could take weeks.
All right, why is Savin not granting the ambassador permission?
The ambassador, I'm afraid, has spent too much time off-world. I have seen it change him. His interactions with other species have grown easier over the years.
Whoops.
Have become more challenging for him to deal with. Perhaps you could speak to Savin. I know he has a great deal of respect for Starfleet, and you might have an easier time than he has in convincing him to grant the ambassador's request.
Okay. Sure. Pardon me.
Peace and long life.
Live long and prosper.
Do you seek knowledge of the ancestors?
So, question. Soketh tells me you will not permit him to visit Pajem.
Soketh accuses me of abandoning logic, but he is the one refusing to explain his reasons for wanting to go to Pajem. The planet is sacred. Our ancestors walked those paths. They found understanding and serenity in its quiet. When I am at Pajem, I feel more at peace than any place else in the galaxy. Pajem has been touched by outside influences in the past. The Federation is at war. Now more than any other time, we must protect this refuge. Do you seek knowledge of the ancestors?
Interesting. Is there any way that I could persuade you to allow Soketh to visit Pajem?
I will permit it if you will pledge to me, on your honor as a Starfleet officer, that you will protect Pajem from harm. Soketh says his reasons for wanting to speak to the abbot are private. I will accept that, but only if you are with him. I know I can trust Starfleet. Please, protect Pajem from any who would violate its sanctity.
Well, I will take that seriously then. Absolutely. If he so much as sneezes in the wrong direction, I've got an Iconian battle staff on my back here that he's not going to enjoy very much.
Welcome to Vulcan. Do you have any questions?
What business do you have at Pajem?
My business is my own. If you must know more, I require a meeting with the abbot. He will not use subspace communications, so if I am to receive his counsel, I need to meet with him directly. Do you have any questions?
You're dead, Flagant. Dead! Alright. So, I spoke with Savin. Why doesn't he trust you?
How should I know? He is a small man with small concerns. Thankfully, he has listened to reason, and our journey won't be delayed any longer. I am ready to leave now. Is the shuttle prepared for departure?
Yes, it is. Tapella, attend to the matter we were discussing earlier. I'm leaving with the captain to board the shuttle. Peace and long life. Yes, Ambassador, have a safe journey. Live long and prosper. Lead on, Captain. My business here is concluded. Let's go, then. Yeah, honestly, we have our own ideas of how to rework the incident of Pajem, which is funny because Pajem is one of those episodes that really only needs surface changes. The core of that episode is fantastic. Oh my god, he did. Come on, dude. Do Vulcans not do their cardio? You're literally superhuman. Let's go. 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 Let's go.
Starfleet shuttlecraft, we have logged your flight trajectory, and you are cleared for departure. Live long and prosper.
How did it finally end, Flygant? This is a really big Type 12 shuttle. Wow. This thing's huge. My goodness. Why is one of my Power Rangers piloting the ship? Oh, whatever. I'm not going to answer that one, Ross. Oh, they're overshooting, overshooting. Picking up unusual readings in the system. We should scan first. Then let's frickin' do it. Also, just to be safe, let's go ahead and engage the cloak. No, don't decloak, you morons! Klingon ship decloaking. Oh, no! It's okay. I think we'll distract them. So this is how...
This is Captain Katak to all Klingon vessels. Target their warp drive. There will be no escaping our vengeance this time.
I like how we're just straight up faster than them. Anyways, so... I want to show this off proper like. So I've shown you what a typical ship build was. That was what I was playing previously in the Dreadnought. Fighter ship builds kind of play, and I'm going to try to do this properly, a little bit like this. And they're dead.
Cease your fire, Captain! Perhaps today is a day for words. My fellow captains were blinded by our vengeance toward the shapeshifter aboard your vessel. They have died with honor. But if I am to die this day, then I would prefer to regale the halls of Stovokor with the tale of that foul creature's death.
Shapeshifter?
Ha! So even the mighty Federation has been fooled by the beast. Your guest from Vulcan is not as he or she seems, Captain. They are an Undine. They put on a false face and try to control us, but we Klingons know better. We will hunt them down until the last of these honorless dogs dies screaming.
Do you happen to have any kind... Jesus Christ. Any kind of proof of the fact that it's a frickin' Undine?
Proof? Pah! Allow me to stick a blade in its belly while I look it in the eye while it dies. That should be proof enough, even for Starfleet.
I'll take that into consideration.
If you wish the honor of the kill yourself, then it is yours to have. So long as the Undine dies, I will meet my death with eyes wide open and victory in my heart. I await your decision. Close hailing frequencies!
Beep. Captain, sensors indicate the Klingon's vessel warp drive shields and weapons are all offline. I don't think they have an impulse. Let's discuss the Undine. Science. The Undine are a species that was first encountered by the crew of the USS Voyager. They cataloged them as species 8472. As the Klingon commander indicated, they are indeed capable of changing shape. Additionally, they possess telepathic abilities that aid them in infiltration. I'm afraid the conclusion that Ambassador Sokath is an Undine is one we cannot rule out, Captain. I would conduct a test to determine if the Ambassador is who he claims to be. Unfortunately, that would violate his ambassadorial immunity. The Undine are physically superior to humans and consider anyone from our dimension to be an inferior life form. Their vessels are more than a match for the Borg. They represent a great threat to Starfleet. Well, where's Ambassador Sokath now? The Ambassador's in his quarters. Recommend a security detail to detain the Ambassador until we're certain of his identity. Agreed. The Undine come from a dimension known as fluidic space. These quantum similarities to move into ours. I'm afraid much of their technology remains a mystery to us, but one thing is certain, it's not to be underestimated. So I use a Starfleet vessel. That I can't say, Captain, but as the Undine are virtually unknown in the Beta Quadrant, my guess is they're aiming to conceal their presence here. And the Klingons? What the Klingons are saying could be true, Captain. If the Undine are from the Beta Quadrant, it might just be that the Klingons sniffed them out before those. In this case, enemy of the enemy. Land vessel's waiting response. Alright. Call the ambassador to the bridge, open channel to the Klingon vessel. Let's settle this.
My patience is growing thin, Captain. If you lack the stomach to slay the beast aboard your vessel, then any Klingon here would gladly do it for you. I'd hate for you to stain that pretty Starfleet uniform with Undine blood.
Oh, thank you. You know, I actually put a lot of effort into my uniform. It's nice to have somebody notice. Unlike someone else I can mention.
Then the beast is slain? Makka! Very good. Perhaps you've the heart of a warrior after all. Let me look upon our enemy, and tonight we will dine together as warriors and drink to the honored dead.
I present to you Ambassador Soketh.
Captain, I take my meditations very seriously. Why have I been summoned to the bridge?
Accused. Accuser.
Alive? You're a fool, Captain! Strike now before it's too late!
Proof, Captain, proof!
You want proof? Then lower your shields and allow me to beam over. Once the Undine's blood coats my blade, you'll see it for what it truly is. A Grint hound in Tark's clothing.
Now, Ambassador, allow me to...
There's no need, Captain. The situation is not difficult to unravel. My concern lies in the logic of you entertaining this Klingon's meritless claim.
First of all, it's not meritless, and second of all, it's not unreasonable.
A most illogical conclusion. Allow us to examine the facts, Captain. You have a crippled Klingon vessel, whose captain has made unsubstantiated claims that I am an Undine, a species that is known to both the Federation and the Klingon Empire as a considerable threat.
Okay.
Potentially, but only if a great many other factors were to be true. Is it not much more likely that the Klingons have, in the face of defeat, instead sought to exploit Starfleet's desire for peaceful resolutions to conflict in order to repair their vessel and renew their assault?
Give me a status on the Klingon vessel. They're engaging their cloak.
A true warrior strikes without mercy, Captain. I only hope to teach you this lesson personally before the Undine does. We may not be able to best your vessel, but a Klingon knows many roads to victory. The beast may have evaded my vengeance for now, but I can still ruin its plans here at Pajem.
I like how we let him get through that whole speech, and then our response is fire. Captain, I'm detecting energy signatures on Pajem's surface. They're in the vicinity of the monastery.
A wise precaution. Though I admit I am eager to see my people safe, I will await word until the monastery is secured. And Captain, let not my journey here be for naught.
You're dumb. Okay.
A wise...
Sorry, sometimes it repeats. That's just a thing that happens. So now you're going to bring a full armored platoon of death squads with good gear and good setup. So it's going to go a little bit differently than most of our other ground missions. Captain, we need to secure the area and make our way towards the monastery, which is on top of the hill. We're running multiple Klingon patrols. Recommend we proceed with caution. Yeah. We were actually playing a Packlet earlier, Mr. Ed. You missed it. Yeah, I should show up harvesting at some point, I guess. I guess for something like this, what we need is more like, I don't know. We'll go with this music. It's okay, Mockingbirds. You only have to make one pack lid, then you're safe. You'll notice that despite my comments earlier about doing the turret build, my death beam is more than capable of killing things. Because of course it is. Ah, yes, I should talk about scaling at some point, too. So you'll notice these enemies are level 0. Now, what that means is that is their level relative to my level. It doesn't actually show their actual level. It just shows you a positive or negative number. If it's positive, they're above you. If it's negative, they're below you. That means all these enemies are level 65. The thing is, levels stop scaling at 65. Gear stops scaling at gold Mark 14. I have all Mark 14, excuse me, 15, sorry, Mark 15 gear. So, for all intents and purposes, these are lower level than I am. But yeah, that's how the scaling works. It's very simple. Pretty much everything in the entire game, ever, is scaled to you. Now, there are some variants on that. Sometimes things are scaled within a range. Sometimes an enemy will specifically spawn to be +2, for example, so 2 levels above you, or -2, or whatever. And they use that to try and keep track of which things should be weaker or stronger or whatever. It's not the greatest system in the world, and it's not the best scaling I've ever seen, but it's also not bad, and I've never really been bothered by it. There is one other caveat to that. I don't actually remember, Mike Romano. I think they can, but don't quote me on that. So the other caveat here, hey, look at this loot that I'm not looting. Look at it! Is let's say that I'm grouped with Mockingbirds, and she's level 1. So if I start the group, she can hit a button. So what can happen there is she'll join the group, and she'll be fighting level 65s, because it's my group, right? But she'll have a button she could hit, which is sync to team leader's level. So she'll be fighting at level 65, despite, you know, not having particularly good gear to back it up. Conversely, the opposite can happen too. So let's say she starts the group. Well, I join up and I'm fighting level 1s all of a sudden. No problem. I sync to her level, and now I'm fighting at level 1. Minus the gear, obviously. So, actually, I've talked myself into a gameplay positive for the not for the scaling itself, but for the syncing to party member level thing. Listen, Mockingbirds. I thought you were just starting the game. You just mentioned installing it. Okay, whatever. Fine. Fine. Level 60 billion. Whatever. So, this is gathering. You've seen, so hang on. Actually, we need to. That's a good one. All right, so we've talked about crafting, but how do you actually get the materials to craft? Well, there's actually a lot of ways, but the most obvious one is you go out and gather. Now, we showed off gathering in Final Fantasy XIV, and it's a whole mini game and it's a whole thing. And here, there's actually is a mini game to gathering. It is this. There's actually 3 that can pop up, but this is the most common one. You just have to line up the waveform. I used to have issues with that until I realized I could just do it on the the arrow keys, and just do, and that adjusts it. Once you fix it, you're good. There's also one where you have to match like a moving pattern, and there's one you have to move these triangle over another triangle. It's a little bit of a mini game. It's not much. It's probably a wash, honestly. It's better than nothing. It is relatively easy to gather, so I'm just going to call that a wash. Crafting already sucks anyways. So, we have a message from the Vulcan.
I have terrible news. Vulcan security forces have discovered the body of Ambassador Soketh. They have determined that he was killed by a phaser blast at short range. His remains were discovered in a stasis chamber hidden in a cavern beneath the Ambassador's residence. The ambassador on your ship, the one that I have been working for, is an imposter.
Could I get some lore shocks, please?
You need to be very careful. This imposter was able to fool Soketh's closest associates for months. He is crafty and very patient. Now that he has been discovered, he will be dangerous.
Captain security teams have reached the ambassador quarters, but he's gone. Sir, unauthorized use of the transport is detected. The Vulcan government is requesting the imposter be detained and returned for questioning. Yeah, that's happening.
Such emotion on your face. I see now my deception has been exposed.
I'm wearing a mask.
Pity. Capturing the abbot so we could replace him as well would have been beneficial. But we are strong. We will prevail. You are weak, and the weak shall perish.
It is the same voice actor. I don't know if it's the same Undine, though. So, that just happened. I guess we'll kill him now. Oh god, the boss music isn't even gonna get started by the time he's dead. Just for that, I'm gonna summon other me's from other parallel timelines. Go, me Squad Force! Oh, that's true, Harnett. You got me there. Oh no, we beamed up! By the way, if you just hang out, your alternate selves can do all sorts of weird and wacky things. They're not right now, because I'm a boring misery guts, but sometimes they can do weird things. Bye, alternate me's. Bye. I am the Temporal Senate, Flygond. So the Atma doesn't have the armaments to handle an Undine attack. We need to hold the line for 60 seconds, because we can't fight the Undine. We can't do it. It's not possible. Oh, shoot, we overshot the man. Wow. That thing has got to have some health. Jesus. What's wrong button? I'm at that one. Ah. We actually cut him down to 75% health. That's funny. We can take out Borg by the dozen, but we can't fight one Undine. You can get several Undine ships. I don't remember how anymore. I know at least one's a low buy. Sorry. The Bio Dreadnought, I want to say, is a low buy. Hey, look at all that loot that I'm not going to loot. I don't understand the question, Warpor.
This is Captain LaForge of the USS Challenger. Glad to see we made it here in time to lend you a hand. Perhaps you'll return the favor someday. LaForge out.
Yeah, thanks, Cam. We've uncovered... I can't believe you remember that, Warpor. We've recovered the final data transmissions from the Undine vessel, as well as samples of the organic material used to create the ship. We need to get back to Starfleet. Let's go, then. Listen, I don't see a problem with using a KDF ship. Especially since I earned it, damn it. I pushed my Klingon all the way to 65 just so I could use this stupid thing. I've earned it. Damn it. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Right here. This is, that's actually a good question. What is this thing? This is the Fleet Burrell.
The ambassador was an Undine? I'm afraid their infiltration of the Federation goes much deeper than we realized. Who knows what kind of havoc they could create?
Okay, so Specifically, I actually have the Burrell, the one that can fire while cloaked. And then I used that to get the fleet version of that, the fleet tier 6 version. That's the ship I'm in right now. The mega modern Burrell, which I'm rather pleased with. It's a fun ship. No, wrong song. Wrong song. Hang on. You did just hear Geordie. Good ears. Now, ironically, since this is all replay, we got to go do this manually.
I've received a report there is a Bolian freighter that is overdue arriving at Earth space dock. It may need assistance.
Dana Scott, Brought, is an experienced captain and the daughter of a former Starfleet officer. It's not like her to be out of contact. Your orders are to head to sector space and find the Azura. We've already transmitted the ship's last known location to your officer. Let's go find it then. The Pillar of Iron, which I still have to this day, was gifted.
To any ships in range, this is Dana Brott of the transport SS Azura. Please help. Warp core containment field down. Radiation flooding ship. Communications and life support failing. Cannot eject warp core. Need immediate evacuation and assistance. Please help us.
We're coming, we're coming. Jesus. Now, before I do this mission, I need to show something off. So this is the Beta Quadrant. Actually, this is a tiny, tiny sliver of the Beta Quadrant. But, you know, whatever. But for a bit of perspective. Oh, it doesn't show it here. One of these maps, it might be the one on the website, shows how dinky, it's like this tiny little corner of the Beta Quadrant. But anyways, whatever, it doesn't matter. This is the Beta Quadrant. Woo. Up here we got the Federation. Here we got what's left of the Romulans. And down here we got the Klingons. We'll talk about the Alpha Quadrant later, but this is the Beta Quadrant. Also, Nimbus 3 should probably be like right about here instead of way the hell up here, but we'll get to that later. The reason I'm bringing this up, though, this is the Vulcan sector, aka the home sector. Right over there is Sol, you know, Earth. There's Vulcan, Andoria, yep, there's Andoria right there. There's Procyon, that'll be relevant later. You get the idea, right? This is really, really, really close to home. We are quite literally in the same sector as Earth. Okay? Do me a favor and remember that. All right, moving on. Let me enter the mission now, game. There you go. Like a percent, Trihexia. Something like that.
To any ships in range, this is Dana Brott of the transport SS Azura. Please help. We're being pursued by Orion raiders. Crew injured, taking heavy fire. Dropping out of warp near your coordinates. Need immediate evacuation and assistance. Please help us.
Or science, I guess I should say. Keep tracking that distress signal. Orion scum. Sir, sensors are picking up several light attack craft on intercept course. We'll need to deal with them before we can render aid to the Azura. So, not that I really use this. Why would you decloak? I did not give an order to decloak. To be continued. So, not that I really use this, but the benefit of the Burrell, the one you buy in the store, the retrofit, it can fire while cloaked. Just torpedoes, though. So what you can do is you can get the cloaks, you can get yourself in cloak, and then just get in range, and then just unload volley after volley after volley of torpedo at them. And there's not a lot many enemies can do about that. It's a little bit slow, though. But it's pretty reliable way to deal with a lot of enemies. There's also a Romulan ship that has the exact same cloak. I forget what it's called. I was going to make a build based on that, and I decided to go with the Burrell instead because it looks cooler. Then I gave up on the Firewall Cloak thing, and I just wanted a Super Fighter. And this is the one I had. Oh, wait. Away team. Let's go deal with this. So, first of all, if you pick Klingon, you're dumb. But you're not going to be missing out really all that much. If you pick Romulan, well, you're not that dumb. But you are going to miss a couple of things. Pretty much, so the Romulan mystery arc is completely different if you are a Romulan. And they don't get some of this early stuff, except they do. It's weird. The Klingons don't get any of this early stuff, but they have a completely different Klingon war thing. The Federation have a completely different Klingon war thing, so it's just kind of whatever. I don't know, Mockingbirds, because I entered this area. But, does it actually say here? Yeah, pick Feds. Pick Feds. But I always encourage people to main a Federation character, but I also always encourage people to try out the other zones. Because there's some cool stuff, right? Like, I've already showed off the TOS intro and the Klingon intro. We will be showing off the other intros, and honestly, I think all the alternate intros are good. But generally speaking, what you're going to see me do is I'm going to do the intro, you know, the unique content to that race, and then immediately delete that character and go back to my main. Think of it like this, Mr. Red. Imagine for a moment if you made a Night Elf, and you start in Teldrassil, and you do Teldrassil's story arc, right? All of the stuff leading up to Darnassus. And then as soon as you leave Darnassus, you're in the rest of the game. Like, imagine there's no Horde, there's no Alliance, there's just the zones, right? So, the only thing that's unique to the Night Elf is Teldrassil. That's kind of how it works.
Captain, I'm concerned about the radiation on the Azura. She might have some damage to the warp core, but our sensors can't pick up enough to determine exactly what you'll find over there. I'm sure I can send you and the away team to the ship safely, but getting you back might be a problem until the Azura's critical damage is repaired. Step on the transporter pad when you're ready to go, and be careful, sir.
So, okay. That's not... Okay, I'm not going to argue that. Whatever, let's go. Not even going to argue. I know we're in a Miranda. Now, if you want to have a Klingon ship on your main, you will need to level a Klingon all the way to 65, like I did. But that's really only if you particularly want a particular Klingon ship, like I did. I should mention there are some really good Klingon ships, but the overwhelming majority of them are copy-paste identical to the Federation equivalent. The only difference is the cosmetics. Now that's fine. I'm all in favor of cosmetics in a video game, you know me. But the point is, the overwhelming majority of Klingon ships are just cosmetically different. The main difference is in the Raiders. Raiders are unique to Klingons. Well, that's not true. There's no Federation Raiders, might be a better way to put that. There's some Jem'Hadar Raiders, and I think there's an Andorian Raider, and I don't remember what else, but the point is, Klingons have a whole class of Raiders. And I've already talked about what that is, so you get the idea. So, let's go help this people, shall we? So we need some Metroid music for this. Which one's the Fed Raider? I'm not saying I don't believe you, but... You're secretly lying to me! Time to detonate the warp core. Oh, the Andorian ship. Didn't I just say the Andorian ship? I feel like I just said that. What? What? Alright, now I need to kill Warp Core for real. There we go. Turbo dead. What are you telling me to do in your game? Nothing, apparently. Crew? Okay, whatever. Delete the Warp Core. So I assume what you mean is, would you enjoy this as much if you hadn't finished watching Star Trek? Because, let's be honest, that's what you mean. You will not enjoy this game as much if you have not watched Star Trek. Period. Do you have to watch Star Trek to enjoy this game? No. But this is a game made for people who are going to get the references and get the connecting threads and see what they do. Oh, God! And see how they stretch out and develop the story and yada, yada, yada. Oh, it's on random. Thank you, Fleet Admiral. Look, shut up. It's a holodeck. It's a holodeck. Don't question it. I suppose this is a good time as any to talk about tribbles. I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember the exact process by which tribbles exist. So here's the long and the short of it. Let's say you have a tribble in your inventory, like over here, right? Well, if you also have food in your inventory, congratulations. You are going to have more tribbles pretty soon. A little bit different than that, Dusty Drongo, because FF14 just references FF stuff as a fun thing. STO deliberately carries forward on story arcs. There are many story arcs that Star Trek itself abandoned that STO carries forward, that actually does something with. It also likes to do a lot of, there's a proper term for that. I said all these frickin'... I forgot the proper term, but it's like welding arcs, where it takes disparate ideas from across Trek and actually combines them into one cohesive story. Stuff like that. Anyways, tribbles. So, they'll just propagate inside your inventory. So that's a problem. But the other thing is you can breed specific tribbles. And those... Congrats, Actaft. And those specific tribbles can actually be an item, a buff item that you use that gives you a very minor buff. It's one of the original devices in this game. I remember I was talking about devices earlier. There's also unique tribbles, like the Borg tribble and the crystalline tribble, and there's a whole bunch of them. I don't think I actually have any at this point. No, that's not true. I have a gamma tribble. I think it's sitting in my bank starving to death. But if you have no other devices to buff yourself with, it's actually really easy to get a tribble, and it's really easy to breed a tribble that's good. So, there you go. There's a catastrophic failure of antimatter containment in the warp core. A warp core breach is imminent. Really? Well, thanks, warp core.
We hit an Orion ambush on our way to K7. We lost our weapons almost immediately, and then we took a direct hit near engineering. Our warp engine's magnetic antimatter containment field failed. We had no choice but to drop shields and use the power to try to stabilize the containment field. As soon as the shields were down, Orions boarded the ship. I'll never let those green pirates have the Azura. Please, take my crew to safety. I'll keep trying to stabilize the warp core. If I'm lucky, I can buy you some time.
That is not what your dialogue says, but okay. Let's do this. We also need to fix your warp core. Oh, engineering is required for this. Well, that's not me. I'm out. Peace! Klingons! Who have boarded a ship which is in the middle of having a catastrophic warp core containment breach. Because Klingons are very surprised.
Cowardly Orions cannot even handle
They're smart,
raiding
excuse me.
a freighter.
Can I help you?
But their call for assistance has given us a chance for glorious combat.
Whatever. Let's get some fight music going here. What? Yep, they're trying to get into Stovacor. Because they're stupid. Okay. Get to the transporter. We're right behind you. Way team to Atma. Are you ready for transport? The Azura's radiation levels are returning to normal. The survivors of the Azura's crew are on the transporter pad. Did you get these people the frick out of here? Detecting Orion reinforcements. Captain, we need you back on the bridge. Well, then beam me back. God. You've got this, Mockingburns. I believe in you. Even though you're level 1. O'Brien is not in this game for some reason. I actually don't know why. I know why Cisco's not in this game.
Leave now if you know it's good for you, Starfleet. We are taking this ship, her crew, and her cargo.
Okay. You're an idiot. Can I get a decloak so I can kill you? I'm just gonna park here and kill you. Cool? Cool. No, Icket. You can play as a liberated Borg, but not as the Borg. Alright, let's get a save for the captain. Let's go.
Attempting to get a transporter lock on Captain Broad, sir. Boosting containment. We have her, Captain.
Get that a little close, but you know, that's okay. That's cool. Let me speak to the captain.
You saved my crew. I'll tell you whatever I can.
Excellent. I demand that you tell me literally everything. So what was your mission?
The Azura was a transport ship. Best in the quadrant. Mostly I hauled medical supplies or farming equipment. But I had room in the cargo bays for a little of everything. I have one customer who is just crazy for Tranya. I don't save the galaxy on a regular basis like you Starfleet types do, but hauling cargo is a good way to make a living. I'm helping people in my own way.
Wait a minute, but there's no money in the future.
You saved my crew. There's thieves, pirates, and a whole lot of trouble if you ask me. Raiders have always been a danger to ships like mine, but the problem has gotten worse since the Orions allied with the Klingons. Now they think they can do anything to anyone. Someone needs to put a stop to these raids.
All right.
You saved my crew.
What happened to the Azura?
We have been having trouble with the warp core for a few days. I was hoping I could make it to the closest starbase, but when the containment field started to collapse, I used every bit of power we had to help stabilize it. The minute I rerouted power from the shields to the containment field, the Orions were there. For all I know, they detected I was in trouble and were waiting for the right time to pounce. You saved my crew. Go back to Valaris for a few weeks, I suppose. I have enough latinum saved up to get me back on my feet. As soon as I can get another ship, I'll be doing transport runs again. I have customers waiting.
That's like a lot of money to buy a ship, so you're doing pretty well for
You
yourself.
saved my...
Let's get out of here. Thank you, Pretzel. And we're dead.
Well done. You saved that crew just in time.
Thanks. I feel very proud of that. Listen, Trihexa, there's no money. No money. According to idiots. I am in number 9 right now, Mockingbirds. Steins Gate Elite. You got it, Pretzel. Thank you again. So someone asked why I'm flying in a bird instead of the pilot ship. First of all, it's because the pilot ship sucks, and I hate it. I spit on it, patooey. Second of all, it's because I think the bird is a much cooler ship. But as for the reason why I just transferred the name, it's because the Atma has always been the quick, fast fighter for me, so that's the name that kind of got adapted to this ship. That's really all there is to that. I do have one other ship, but I'll show it off in a minute. Okay, so now we do this one.
Starfleet has lost contact with the Federation science station in the Kasei system, because all communications from Kasei 2 must be boosted by a satellite that compensates for Metreon isotopes prevalent in the system. It may be that the communications array is in need of repair. Please make the necessary repairs to the communications array and re-establish contact with the science station.
You know, you're absolutely right, Mockingbirds. I should have realized that. So, for those of you not aware, the console version of this game doesn't just have no cross-platform. It's actually a completely different version of the game. And behind by a variable amount. They always develop for and produce for the PC version first, and then they very slowly and very gradually get caught up on the console version. So yeah, different interface, different edition, different everything. So that explains that. Sorry, Mockingbirds. I should have occurred to me, but I'm tired and also stupid. It's ironic. FF14 is held back by its console version. STO just is STO. Yeah, I remember looking at the news and seeing that one of the latest bits of news is that they're getting some stuff that we on PC got a while ago. But hey, they're getting stuff. I actually have a lot of different skins, but I just really like the Burrell skin. It's actually a higher resolution model than the one we had at the beginning. Or, model's the wrong word. Higher resolution textures than the one we had at the beginning. Like, the detailing is fantastic. I love it. I think we're about to run into a star. No! Oh, God! There are Gorn ships here. Prepare for battle. Yeah, they're dead. Nope, I didn't mean to loot. Looting and interacting is the same button, so, you know. Uh-oh. It's been damaged by the Gorn. Alright, let's beam to the station. It's like a 5-second fight. Jesus. Alright, hang on. So now we're on the space station. Wrong song. Oh my god.
The Gorn. They just stormed in and started shooting.
Tell me what happened.
The first sign of trouble was when we lost contact with the communications array. The Gorn beamed in and started shooting. They destroyed our computer core and took thousands of artifacts we spent years collecting. Then, as if destroying decades of archaeological research weren't enough, they started setting fires. The Gorn. They just stormed in and started shooting.
What are you researching here?
Captain Jean-Luc Picard and the crew of the USS Stargazer discovered ruins from an unknown civilization here almost 60 years ago. The Federation Science Council has been researching this site ever since. It's a fascinating find. There are more than 40 kilometers of catacombs under this facility. We've barely managed to explore a quarter of what we think is here.
I see. What about the Gorn?
2 years ago, we found a star chart in the catacombs that indicated that this civilization had contact with interstellar travelers more than 15,000 years ago. The chart led us to another site on Cassay 4, where we found the most extraordinary artifacts. If we're correct, the race that once lived here may have been an advanced proto-reptilian race.
Interesting. So what about the Gorn?
The Gorn. The Gorn have extremely long memories. Thousands of years ago, the Gorn hegemony ruled this entire sector. In their minds, that means these planets are still theirs. The alliance with the Klingons has inspired the Gorn to start rebuilding their empire. Every planet from here to Cestus 3 is in danger.
That's actually stupid. And we already discussed why. The Klingons were doing the same thing, if you remember. Oh, this used to be ours centuries ago. Yeah, no.
The Gorn. Not everyone. There are several members of our team still unaccounted for. Please, you must find them. The Gorn destroyed our automated fire suppression system in the initial attack. You will find fire suppression devices on the walls that you can use to fight the fires.
Okay. You go and get up to the Atma. I'll find your team.
I'm coming with you, Captain.
But...
There's too much at stake, and I know this project.
Okay. Whatever makes you happy. Lighting bugs, lighting bugs. This is not the right sign.
The Klingon invasion was a blow to Gorn self-determination and identity.
Let me fix that for him. Ignore the lightsaber that one of my people have, by the way. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Yeah, there's a lot of that lighting visual glitch here. There's not a lot I can do about that, but which, I mean, there's nothing that I can do about that, so... Come on. There we go. Use that lightsaber.
These kinds of raids are the Gorn's attempt to reclaim their identity through their history.
Oh, that's pretty stupid. Damn it, we got conquered. Let's go after a bunch of other people. Rah! Of course, Jim Pock encourages this crap because he's Jim Pock.
This damage. We'd have helped if the Gorn had just asked. I guess when one of your leaders turns out to be a shapeshifter, though, it damages your sense of trust.
Oh, you got a bunch of health, don't you? I can fix that. So you know what I'm really worried about? I like this game, but something I've run into before in my review series is, well, this isn't all that great, but don't worry, it'll get better later. And I've had that mentality. I've either said it out loud or I've thought it. And then I played through the game, and then it never got better. I'm really worried that this game isn't actually as good as I enjoy it to be. I suppose I shouldn't be worried about it. I enjoy the game regardless, but you get my point. Come on.
There's another research team on Kasei 4, involved in a dig at a promising site. Given what the Gorn have done here, I'd imagine that team is in trouble. Captain, we have to check on them. If the Gorn have taken over the dig site, the researchers could be captives. Or worse.
See, I don't agree with that, Sarura, but that's neither here nor there. Beam me up, let's go. Yeah, honestly, until the Romulan expansion, the story's crap. We're going through ARR right now, and I expect this to be bad. Because it is. They're fine, Mike Kamano. I mean, honestly, kinda, yeah. If you think about what happened with the original version of this game. And, God, could you be faster so I don't overtake you? Jesus. I need a match speed button in this game. Actually, I would love that, unironically. Just get right up on someone and then match speed. I disintegrated them. Was I supposed to? That's fine. Let's beam down.
This is the dig site that our team was working on. They set up several shield generators to help protect the most important artifacts from further damage. There's a small encampment under the shield dome. The Gorn probably came in and took over everything. If we disable the shield generators, we may be able to get inside and rescue the other archaeologists. Look up. You can see the shield generator beams. We can follow those to find the controllers and turn off the system.
Oh, okay. I will also say, in addition to the ARR problem we're having, part of the problem is so much of the early stories are really disconnected. This thing over here in the episodes says this is the Klingon War, but that's kind of a lie. This is random episodes during the Klingon conflict. There's not really a lot of connective thread there. There used to be an actual Klingon arc. It's gone. Well, it's about half gone, would be a better way to phrase that.
The team here found remnants of a precursor civilization that may be a relative of the Gorn.
Shield power is dropping! What is going on?
Our understanding of Gorn evolution is woefully inadequate. Are they even offspring of the Preservers?
Good
the Gorn
question.
territorial claims aren't entirely without merit, but they would displace billions of people.
They are 100% without merit. Let me just make that nice and clear here.
Diplomatic solution could help to save Gorn heritage without disrupting Federation colonies.
Okay. Yeah, let's chop off all the people who live in this territory and call it a demilitarized zone. I think that should work out. Anyways, but yeah, so there's a disconnectedness to it. It's a bunch of random episodes. The arcs that are there aren't really properly connected to each other in specific, never mind in general. And a lot of the episodes were either cut or moved. Like the Borg arc I'm going to show off, I had to look up the order of that because it's not really obvious. I was going to say, the Tholians probably aren't preservers. And the Founders are probably the preservers, if you buy into that theory. Which I don't.
More fluctuations! Increase the power to the shields!
Besides, we know the Gorn are actually xenomorphs. But anyways, you get my point. I think the game is not going to do particularly well, especially in terms of its mission structure, probably until we get to the Romulan stuff. And even that stuff is just the beginnings of it getting good. So that's going to be the BC of this equivalent, is when we get to the Romulan stuff. I remember the exact moment in which the story really caught me, and it's actually reasonably well in. What are the Preservers? So the Preservers are the first race of the setting. The first one in the stars, and they seeded a huge amount of their genetics across all the different planets of all the galaxy, so that other sentient sapient life would grow, and therefore all of them are, descendants. All of us are descendants of the Preservers. What's the argument for the Founders being the Preservers? Other than the obvious fact that Salam Jens plays both of them, there aren't any. That being said, it does line up weirdly well.
Protective shields are down! Incompetent fools!
There's just no evidence to support it. It's just something that would fit if they decided to go that way with it. Preservers are there, they go around, seed the galaxy, hide themselves away in the distant parts of the galaxy, change and morph who and what they are, become founders, become hunted and hated, form their dominion. You get the idea. The Founders could also be another offshoot of the Preservers. That's entirely on the board. Now, out of universe, the reason for the Preservers was to excuse why almost everything in setting was humanoid. Something I don't particularly feel even needed an explanation, to be frank. But that's just
There's
me.
no sign of the other team. The Gorn must be holding them captive elsewhere.
We're too late. The Atma has detected Gorn ships. Well, let's go kill them. No, Chester, because that goop was seeded by the Preservers.
You are meddling in affairs you do not understand. This system was the home of our ancestors. It belongs to the Gorn by ties of blood and conquest.
No, it doesn't. You're wrong. You're stupid.
We will not allow grave robbers and thieves to desecrate hallowed ground without punishment. Prepare for death.
Okay. Beam aboard the hostages. There we go. Just waiting for it. Researchers have asked we leave them here. They want to do what they can to recover the research and assess the damage. Starfleet will send a team to assist them. Okay.
If the archaeological sites in the Kasei system really are from a Proto-Gorn culture, we will have to weigh carefully the knowledge we gain versus what the Gorn claim to be their own history. The Federation Science Council has a lot to consider. For now, though, I'm glad the researchers are safe. Good work.
Thank you. You'll notice I haven't given any pluses or minuses out for a minute. That's because most of these missions are so vanilla, I don't even think they're negative worthy.
Commander Burgess, Starfleet Intelligence. There's something I'd like you to look into. It could change the course of the war in our favor. We have intel suggesting that the Klingons are operating a secret weapons facility in the Hiromi cluster. We also believe the base is under the command of Ambassador Bavat, a controversial figure in Klingon politics. I'd like you to get to the truth of the matter, and soon. To that end, I'm sending one of my top agents to join you on the mission. I think you'll find Lieutenant Van Zyl to be a very capable officer. Don't hesitate to seek her counsel in the field. Proceed to the Briar Patch and find out what the Klingons are up to. If there are any weapons there, you are to deactivate or destroy them. And should you encounter the ambassador, do bring him in. I'd like a word.
Yeah, Bavat was an interesting character. Not sure I can say that now. And yeah, I'm aware of the trait bug in this particular mission, because we have not done the Pycana stuff yet. So let's pause. Hang on. Let's stop in dead space here. So there's a concept in this game called patrols. Now, there's actually two different types of patrols. There's queuable patrols and non-queuable patrols. So I plan to show off exactly one non-queuable patrol, just to show it off for the sake of completion's sake, review it, and move on. The queuable patrols, we'll go ahead and do all of those, because there's not that many of them, and it's a lot quicker and easier to do. Queuable patrols are these ones, right here. All these. They all have a little bit of story, and they all have their own relevance to whatever's going on at the time. But the non-queuable ones, so they were designed to be... Yeah, filler's a good word for it. In FF14, they would be the side quests, you know, the garbage quests. There's actually not a WoW equivalent for what these things are. For example, one of the Romulan patrols, which is... I want to say... Hang on, there it is. So... the Juret system, I think it is. Anyways, one of these Romulan patrols specifically is literally you walk in, and there's a Romulan ship attacking a non-Romulan ship. You kill the Romulan ship. Thank you for saving us. Quest complete. That's it. The thing is, the original, the early patrols, that's what they all were. There are actually quite a few of them that were just kind of tacked in there in order to try and fill out content. You know, they were there to be filler quests. Later on, they fleshed them out more, like I just mentioned, and in my opinion, most of the ones that we can queue for, that would be these ones, are actually pretty decent. There's some stuff going on there. I'm a particular fan of the 9th Rule, for example. So, we will actually be doing these, but I'm going to be 100% honest with you. Actually sitting down and doing all of the side quests in this game would be even worse than it was over in FF14. Because... it's not like I could just go and see the question marks on the map. I would have to manually go and cross-reference information in order to figure out where all of the patrols are, the non-queuable patrols. There are dozens of them, and then I would have to manually go find them and then go do them. So, not much else to add to that, right? What's most likely going to happen is we're going to do one of those quests. We're going to give it a negative for filler, maybe 2, and then we're going to move on. I don't know if that's a setting thing so much as a plot thing, Trihexia. That works. I like it. So, the Briar Patch. So here's the lieutenant who's joining us here. Long-range sensors are picking up several Klingon battle groups. They appear to be self-replicating disruptor cannon turrets, because the Klingons just have access to that now. If we don't take out those cannons, this entire asteroid belt will be bristling with Klingon defenses. The composition of this nebula will make maneuvering at high speeds impossible. In addition, the Briar Patch contains pockets of Metreon gas. The gas is highly reactive to weapons fire and could be dangerous. We recommend keeping 4 clicks away from any gas clouds. Okay, let me explain my terminology for those who have never heard this before. When I use the term filler, that is universally a negative. If I say filler, that's bad. There is something, such a thing as fleshing something out, which can add flavor lore, or context, or maybe just be a cute little, like an isolated story, you know, a little mini plot, or maybe it's just something that's neat, or fun, or cool. That's not filler, that's cool, right? That is something that is being used to actually do some cool stuff. And I can't think of the term right now. I'm too damn tired. I'm sorry. But the point is, there's good filler and there's bad filler, right? So if you hear me say the word filler, or I probably mean negative. What I should probably use is I should probably refer to bad filler as padding. Because padding is also universally bad. So. Blow up all the Metreon gas while we're here. Of course. What else are you going to do in a nebula? But detonate the nebula. Freaking Klingons, I swear to God. I'll have to look up what the Picana stuff is, where it is, how to access it, etc. Because I'm going to be completely honest, I don't know it by name. I might know it, I might have done it, but the name does not spark any familiarity in me, so I'll have to figure that out. We'll have to do it soon, because if that's part of the Klingon arc, then we have to do that in the Klingon arc. I absolutely 100% think Nico has post-traumatic stress syndrome. I would be astonished if he didn't. He's been through legitimately horrific acts. Occurred to me, by the way, Sluggeretta. Now, I mean no offense by this, but one of the mistakes you usually make is you pop onto stream when we're streaming and talking about X, and then you go completely off topic and talk about Y without any attempt at, engendering a conversation or connecting the two threads. So I started thinking to myself, how would we connect the narrative of Star Trek Online to Grand Theft Auto 5? Now, I know that's a strange question, but I actually came up with an answer to that. So hear me out for just a second. If you think about the power trio from Grand Theft Auto 5, we've got Franklin, Michael, and Trevor. And if you actually look at the power trio of the big three, which has been the big three in Star Trek since TOS, which is the Romulans, Klingons, and the Federation, the parallels actually start to speak for themselves. The Romulans are Franklin. They have absolutely no idea what they're doing. They constantly self-sabotage and screw themselves over without really meaning to, just because they don't know themselves and don't know why they're doing what they're doing. They're just kind of going to be bigger and better because that's what you do. For God's sakes, one of the Romulan policies is literally called the policy of infinite expansion. Now, obviously, that's not really true anymore, but you get my point. Then we got the Klingons. Again, very obvious. The Klingons are Trevor. They're loyal, and they're friendly. They actually care about people, but they have absolutely no idea how to express that or think about that in any way, shape, or form. They're also more than capable of trying to express themselves through violence rather than anything else. Which naturally leaves the Federation as Michael, which you might say is like, whoa there, Lord, but actually think about this for a second. Because Michael does not want to be a crime lord. He's good at it. But he doesn't want to be. He wants to go make movies. Take care of his family, maybe, Try to have a life of actual, substance and meaning. But the Federation doesn't really want to be at war. Doesn't really want to, be the big stick of the galaxy. But they're really good at it.
I'd be happy to tell you what I know, but ask fast. I'm going to the shuttle bay and getting out of here.
How'd you get out of here? Or how did you get here, excuse me?
I'm an independent researcher. Word got out that an interested party was paying a lot of latinum for simple projects. It sounded like a good deal. Then I got here, found out the Klingons were my new employers, and the good deal was work or die. I should have known better. There used to be about 20 of us working on various projects. As people completed their work, they would disappear. I heard one of the Klingons say that my time was up. You got here just in time.
Remember, Klingons are evil. What do you know about Ambassador Bavat?
Bavat is the one running this whole operation. I overheard him say he's keeping the Klingon Empire strong by prolonging the war with the Federation. He thinks that unless the Klingons have an enemy on which to focus their energies, they'll fight amongst themselves and tear the Empire apart. I kind of hope he's right.
He is absolutely right. In case you missed that, we talked about that extensively today and yesterday. The Klingon Empire, all of the leaders of the Klingon Empire who have done a good job did so because they had an external force to focus on.
He hasn't let much information slip, but I know that he found some sort of device abandoned in deep space. He wants to use it in an attack so horrible, the people of the Federation will demand that Starfleet take revenge. The fighting will continue for years.
Did you catch that plan? His plan is to commit an atrocity and blame it on his own people so that it will provoke a response which will force an eternal war. If that sounds familiar, well, I probably should at this point. What are you going to do now?
I'm heading for the hangar, finding the first ship that will fly and getting out of here. I'm done working for Klingons. Some of them are honorable, but Bavat cannot be trusted. His desire for war with the Federation has blinded him.
Right. Oh, right. I should probably hit this button.
I'd be happy to the Klingons are planning something big. They have been forcing us to design weapons. They want improved disruptors and torpedoes for their ships. But some of their demands have been very specific.
How so?
They want a weapon that can punch through solid neutronium, which is impossible. And they keep talking about torpedoes, with payloads big enough to destroy a small planet.
And were any of you successful in designing these weapons? Also, Genesis device.
There are prototypes of some of the new weapons in the laboratory here, as well as schematics on the base computers. If I were you, I'd destroy the prototypes and the schematics. Neither side needs that kind of destructive power.
You know. I'm just saying. We have plenty of things that could kill plenty of things. I'm not what you'd call super worried about it. Anyways. I should harvest ground. I actually have an endeavor for that. How have I gotten credit for killing Gorn on Nimbus? Do you see that? I have 42 of 60 kill Gorn on Nimbus. I haven't stepped foot on Nimbus. Oh, I didn't want to talk about that, Arian.
Thank you. These Klingons have had me designing weapons for them at Disruptor Point. The scientists who finished their research are taken away. We are the only two left.
Both scientists are safe. Let's get out of here. Most likely Warp Core. It wouldn't surprise me if they share zone IDs across several areas. It's an efficient way to spool up instances. You know, the other reason I love having this energy staff of death? It sounds cool. So Sluggeretta asks, wine, beer, or vodka? I don't drink. Sorry. The Baton System Patrol. Hang on, I can jot that down. So we've got the... I'm sorry, what was the name of it? Master of Overskill? The Pei Ada Bega Duga Greek Patrol. I'm tired, I'm sorry. Pi Canis, thank you. I'll look both of those up, because we're not going to get there tonight. We've got more Klingon stuff to do. Is that Klingon or Fed? Because I need... I've got both, but I need to know. My Klingon's a little less geared. As Mark 12s, you know, that counts for something, I think. Okay. No, Vigilant. We actually talked about that yesterday, too. The Batleth is literally only good against one other weapon. Itself. It is a ceremonial weapon. No more and no less. As I mentioned yesterday, the Batleth can literally be defeated by a dagger. Because it's crap. Hey, I got Feline Supplement 74. Excellent. I'm just going to toss that on the ground. There we go. Pop that really quick. And that. Get rid of all this crap.
Congratulations, Admiral.
Thanks, Nimoy. Listen, I'm even playing GTA music just for you, Sluggeretta. Let's see, is that everything? What is this? It's junk, whatever it is. Oh yeah, I could show off specializations finally. Let's not do that today, but remind me, please. I'll actually write a note about it. Yeah, let's write a note right now. I would, Rama, but my voice doesn't go that high-pitched. Hang on, something's happening. Sensors are picking up a Klingon vessel leaving the facility. We could use you back on the bridge, Admiral.
Face to face at last with one of the Federation's greatest officers.
Didn't I just start my career?
I've read much about you.
Like today?
Though I'm not as impressed as our intelligence agents are. After all, you were rather easily led to this system by a few well-placed pieces of bait. I've had pet dogs with more sense.
Okay.
I have everything I need from the research station, but I must say, humiliating a Federation war criminal is, as the humans say, an added bonus. Try to stop us if you must. However, I won't think poorly of you if you warp back to Earth with your tail between your legs, there to whimper at your master's feet.
Sorry, are you done?
You have lost this day. Victory is mine, and mine alone. Kapla!
Tactical, give me an update. So it looks like there's several ships on. They're trying to escape the system using the asteroid belt to match their warp core signatures. If we hurry, we might be able to intercept them. Well, I guess. Mike is a wound in the force. You know, honestly, that wouldn't even surprise me. That's why he had to be erased from existence. I guess we get a little more combat-y thing going on here. Oh, that's going to be copyrighted. Star Wars or Star Trek? False dichotomy. I choose both. Thank you, Command & Conquer 2. Always appreciate. If you want to put that towards something in particular, please let me know. AC Valhalla, you got it. Well, that was a really short battle, as it always is.
I've read the after-action report filed by Lieutenant Van Zyl. Pity we weren't able to apprehend Bavat, but I'm glad we shot that weapons facility down. Nicely done. As for that weapons research the Klingons were conducting, Starfleet has some of our best people analyzing the data you recovered. We'll find out what Bavat and his people were doing there soon enough. There's a lot more intel to analyze, and I suspect we'll be working again soon. Klingons don't tend to think small, and we'll need the best we can get to deal with Bavat and his...
And his what? And his what, man? Oh, well. Here's a better question for you. Also, no, Sluggerhead. I've already been streaming for 9+ hours. I'm not doing another 5. So you say Star Wars versus Star Trek. Here's a better question. Which are you more interested in? The Star Wars rewrite or the Star Trek rewrite? What happens if they meet, though, Chester Copperpot? Ouch, Vigilant. I need someone to assassinate Vigilant immediately, please. Just right across the neck, you know? I want his blood all over my floor inside of 5 seconds. Also kill Sluggeretta, same thing. Just all the death. Just all of it. Oh god, Starbase 24. The original instance. How far away are we going? I don't even see it. Ah, there it is. That's not that far. No, yeah, Star Wars 9 is in the Agony booth. Visually, you should head in there. Oh, also, you can do this if you want to. Bait and System Patrol. Wars... Trek does have more to rewrite objectively, but Wars is less defined in what to rewrite. As I mentioned, one of the things we have to decide is exactly what we do for that. We might kind of break convention. In fact, I've already decided we're going to break convention, but you know, whatever. We're going to fill in... So, let's see if there's voice acting. So Starfleet finally... No voice acting for the old stuff. Starfleet finally decided to send someone to talk to us. I don't know how much good it'll do. We've got problems here, and we're not going to go back to the mines until the Federation agrees to fix them. Still, I'm willing to negotiate in good faith. Beam down, we can discuss. So, for those of you not aware... For the Trek rewrite, we've already decided, you know, every episode gets slotted in. Every movie gets slotted in. A relatively simple system. They limit our party size a lot, don't they? For Star Wars, we are a lot less decided on that. Star Wars isn't that neat. The Star Wars movies, sure, but then what do you do with the shows, of which there are many and many episodes? What do you do with the books? What do you do with the games? Klingon ship! this question. Oh, yeah, it absolutely has been, Nick. I'm looking forward to actually getting to full production, I'll tell you what. Oh, I remember this map. This is the map that they reuse like 8 times for 8 separate planets. In true Star Trek fashion. You don't know anything about us, Admiral. Talk to my people. Learn about their problems and know what you're dealing with here. Then we'll be ready to negotiate. Sure. Here's your negotiation. Alright, so, let me open a portal to the sun. On your face. There we go. Talk to the sun. I'll be right back. So, what I have decided with Star Wars is what we should do is we should slot in the movies. We're going to go ahead and, you know, keep the movies in, and we're going to replace each movie. Keep trying to attack people. Everything else, we're going to go ahead... Yes, I did, Rama. We're going to go ahead and just kind of play it by ear. Probably do a single episode of ours based on an arc of theirs. So rather than try to do 4 episodes of the Clone Wars or 6 episodes of Rebels or whatever, we will cover a specific event within the Clone Wars within our things. Make sense? If we had more workers, we could have 8-hour shifts again. Working in the mines for 10 to 12 hours is dangerous. People get tired, people make mistakes, people get hurt. Listen, game, I don't need this judgmentalism, okay? It gets boring out here. We need a holodeck, but it's been broken for weeks. Excuse me, we have a holodeck. We need someone to fix the holodeck and upgrade the replicators. More books, data programs for our library would be good, too. Maybe there's more entertainment for our off-duty hours. People wouldn't be so eager to get off this rock. Why are we, like, not taking care of our own people? Are we the Klingons all of a sudden? Or is this a situation where, like, we're treating them like they're EMHs? We need protection. He's a prime target for Orions and Nausicaans. Why aren't we protecting one of our own minds already? Why do any of these problems exist? Like, I'm sorry. This system is right freaking here. It's in spitting distance of Sol. I can throw a rock and hit Sol eventually. The tools we use are antiques. We need upgraded computers, new drills, new safety equipment. It makes me mad that Federation spends all its resources building fancy starships and fighting wars. What about the people who do real work? That's a good freaking question. I'm worried about my job. Holograms can do everything I do, and they don't need to eat or sleep. I want assurances we're not going to lose our jobs to a bunch of photons. Okay, first of all, that's specious. Second of all, why don't we just replace these people with holograms? And we won't have to pay these people. God. Yes, I was, Loke. A statement I stand behind, by the way. Eddington? Why would you rear Eddington? Oh, wait, you probably actually planned it out rather than have him do a plot twist that was changed at the last minute because of feedback, and then have him die off because they didn't know what to do with him. Do the miners want holographic workers to replace them? No! They want new equipment? Yes! Are they happy with the hours they work? No! Is the holodeck broken? Yes! Are the miners worried about raiders? Yes! It's nice to know you care about us. I didn't demonstrate anything! I talked to you for 5 seconds. We're done, by the way. Good suggestion. Harant, I think, was the one who suggested that one. We received word the system is secure. What? What? Huh? Okay, that's cool. Listen, counter argument. Stab. Where's my frickin' Mikhail? Clearly spoiled. Yes, it's the Burrell. Shut up. Alright, so... Oh my god, Evo. Alright, so, let me ask you something, Evo. Because I just asked everyone a question. What are you more interested in? The Trek rewrite or the Wars rewrite? Listen, it's all Burrell all the time, alright? Actually, I agree with that, Arya. Okay. So let's stop that key binding. It's okay, I know the button. Let's just double check here. I'm probably blind. Nope. Okay, so let's see if we can find this stupid thing. Yes, I'm looking for it. I'm not finding it. Oh, there it is, there it is. I'd talk to you, but this was when we weren't doing voice acting. Oh, I guess I gotta pick all of them up. Okay, cool, that's cool. I've got this. I've been authorized to organize strike teams against the Federation targets in the Beta Quadrant. One of our goals for this incursion is to gather resources for the Empire. Excuse me. Take what you can from them. Use it for yourself and your crew. There are crafting stations on Kronos, if you wish to create your own equipment. The finest blades a warrior may ever wield may be the ones he crafts himself. No, crafting sucks in this game. Dahar Master, the resources we are capturing in the Beta Quadrant enable us to increase productions of ships and weapons. This is good, but I believe the greater benefit is denying these resources to the Federation. Caitlus once said that when the blade is broken, the true metal of the warrior will be revealed. We will take the Federation's blades from them and show them how weak they truly are. Attack 3 Federation targets. Leave them nothing but ash. We are pure evil. Sorry. Okay, what do we got here? I have way too many quests right now on this stupid character. I don't care about. What is all this crap? Why do I even have this quest active? Drop this. Drop. You know what? I know what I need for this. What playlist is that in? You know what? Let's just listen to random Warcraft music. So, my idea, Evo? Let's do it this way. So we need to judge the patrol quests. I mean, since we're doing this, we might as well do like another random patrol, but I think you kind of get the idea. We're also doing some random patrols right now. So the non-queue patrols is what this boils down to, which, like I said, are effectively filler quests. Obviously, if we did all of them, we would be able to judge them all perfectly. No. So, as always, every review is within reason. That's the rule for every single review we've ever done, ever. So what are we thinking? I'll never allow it, Flag Hand. But yeah, go ahead. Well, okay, that's fair, Evo. Listen, all I'm saying is we must define the Force. It is the only way to conquer, to conquer Star Wars. I guess that's actually true, since I do want to conquer Star Wars. Greetings from beautiful Ryza. Jesus, that was a long one. You have seen... You have been blooded in battle, and songs of your victories have been sung by the lore singers. What the hell are the lore singers, and why have I only heard about this now? Oh, shoot, I don't have this... Right. This, whatever. This ship does much less damage than my other bird, by the way. It is worse in every way. So, we might not actually be capable of doing that. Yes, they are Flag Hand. It was a joke, because, you know, lore singers. Anyways. Listen, you're very right, Evo. The problem is, why am I missing weapons? Why do I literally not have weapons on? What the crap? Oh my god. Oh god, and my buttons are wrong too, I just noticed. Hit everything, hit everything. Except for the battle cloak. Don't battle cloak, that's not gonna work out well. Objective failed. Sweet. Yep, this is the first time I've ever played Star Trek Online. Apparently. I actually don't run into this bug all that much. I have already given this bug a negative. Might give it 2, I haven't decided that yet. So there's that. And there's what should be in the aft. I think that's actually it. Where am I going? What am I doing? Oh yeah, I was kind of doing Terran on the side. So, where's the other fed ship? How can a mail be full? How do I delete all the mail? Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna keep one thing way down there. How is that still not everything? Oh my god, why am I still deleting everything? There we go. There we go. Okay, okay. Oh, shit! Excuse me. The Klingons, of course, my phone. The Klingons are attacking. Heart emoji, stab emoji, blood emoji, send. Okay, there we go. Oh my god, now I've lost the ship. Where was that stupid ship? See, I've just handsed off that whole thing, Evo, because at a certain point I have to accept that I am incapable of understanding a certain thing. It's a rare thing for me, because I don't like being incapable of understanding something. Aha! What is that? Ah. Had to relog. Jesus. Pop everything. All the buttons. All the buttons. You know what? I bet I don't even have traits right now. Honestly. You're fine playing it. I appreciate it. Oh, it won't let me beam the materials aboard when I'm dead. Damn it! Oh my goodness. Okay. Yeah, the ships are always in the... Yeah, there needs to be an Alpha Strike button. It's in Mech Warrior. Why isn't it here? I was even in StarCraft. Alright. Yeah, by the way, for those of you not aware, abilities in this game, if you ever notice how I kind of stagger how I hit abilities left to right, it's because you literally cannot hit multiple abilities at the same time. There's not a global cooldown so much as the game literally doesn't allow you to do more than one ability at the same time. It's just, it's not even a thing. Do you mind answering why, Space Cadet? And I appreciate the answer, consequently. All the buttons. Not all the buttons. All the buttons. Don't do it, Evo. Don't! And you killed me, Evo! How could you? It does sound a lot like the who cares why you do something argument, which I've heard many times, Evo. The who cares argument boils down to this. Let's say that you're evil, Evo. Now, I know that's really easy for you to understand, but you know, just bear with me for a second. So you're super evil, and you decide for some extremely evil reason to go ahead and give food to starving orphans, okay? Good has been accomplished. Now let's say Ross over there is super good. Now I know that's going to be hard for you to process, Ross, but take a second and try to be, you know, pretend you're not super evil for a second. And Ross decides to give food to starving orphans. Good is done. The argument boils down to, what's the difference? Who cares? And that sounds a lot like the argument that you are... argument's wrong. The mentality? You are leveling. Oh, the ship turned. God, that thing hurts. Oh my god! I just... Wow! I just... I may have to quit this. I may legitimately be incapable of doing this. I do not have that min-maxed of a ship. And I'm just getting wrecked. Well, what you said was, how can a reader or a critic ever be able to verify if the author committed this terrible error of not having answers? It is unverifiable, aka the reason something was done is not verifiable, because you don't know if that person is evil, and you don't know if that person is good. All you know is that good was done. So what does it matter why they did it? If it's an unverifiable fact, who cares? This is related to the what you are alone in the dark argument. Okay, we're going to try one more time. I'm going to ask Pax to come help me because look, he keeps changing his direction. Asshole. There's an Elvis movie? I have junk. I've got some Mark 11s. I got a couple of Mark 12s. I've got some blues. I never cared about my Klingon. I had no reason to. I still don't have a reason to be blunt. I got to 65 so I could use a bird on the other side. He just does not want to show his tail to me. It's actually funny. Oh my god. He's hitting me. He is destroying me from the rear, and I'm dead. I can't do this. Hold on. I don't remember where that option is, but let me see if I can find it really quick. There it is. No, we're on normal. It was grayed out, that's why I didn't see it. We're on normal. I mean, let me see if Pax is on. I mean, you're absolutely right, Ross. I have no problem. See, so this actually came up recently in in a debate, and the debate boils down to what's a remake. Now, it's actually a really interesting and nuanced topic that I'd love to really dig some teeth into for a while, but the bottom line is everyone has a different definition for it. What is acceptable to change, what is not acceptable to change, etc. There will always be people who thinks no matter what you change, it is too much and too little, because everyone's range of acceptability is all over the place, right? What you're listening to right now is Warcraft 2 music, but otherwise, no, this is all local stuff, Rama, sorry. Why is that relevant? Well, when it comes to Star Trek Rewrite, my core mentality has been I want to keep it Trek, and I want to make it the best story that I possibly can. Those have effectively been the only limiters I've been putting on myself. There's other rules, but of course there's other rules. You know me, I have 700,000 rules, I just don't list them all. Whoops, okay. So, exactly, Chester Copperwood. That's exactly what I was leaning towards. How much can you change without changing the essence of it? Catch is, everyone is going to have different definitions of that. So, if I'm being totally honest with myself, that is the rule I pay attention to the least. That is the rule that I care the least about, because it is a rule that cannot be satisfied. The best I could ever do was change what I think is sufficient to change without changing the core of Star Trek, and that's it. Now, that being said, I do have a policy with regard to that, which I'll come back to in a minute. That's a good question, Dr. Winter. Probably not, though. It's probably not going to score as well. Anyways. Exactly, Mr. Red. I wonder if you can even enter without the mission. That's a good point. What am I in? Saron system. Which is... Alpha. So, let's say I was to rip Star Wars out of God damn it. If I was to rip the Force out of Star Wars, that is something that I absolutely think should be on the table. I have absolutely no problem ripping the Force out of Star Wars. Just Thanosing out of existence. It's gone. We're good. But anytime it comes to anything that I know... Anytime it comes into something that I'm worried or concerned that other people will not like, because again, the goal is to make the best story possible. It's always priority one. In that particular case, I would workshop it. I would put it to the writer's room. I was wondering who you were talking about, Harriet. Hey! So that's Pax. I forget what he's in right now. I think it's actually a Moog. Is that a Moog? Hang on. That is... It's a Moog. It's a Fleet Moog. Moogs are fun. I love Moog. It's such a pretty ship. Look at that thing. Look at that thing. Look at it. Look at it! So, I like to put it to the writer's room. I like to discuss it. As I've always said many, many, many times, I prefer the perspective of dictator with counsel. And that applies to writing as well. Because I don't like to write in a vacuum. I want other people to check me. I want other people to give me their ideas, their opinions, their perspectives, right? So, let's say that someone seriously suggests ejecting the Force for the Star Wars rewrite. What I would do is I would workshop that. Put it around the table and say, what do we think about this? Get people's opinions, get people's thoughts and matters, and say, all right, how do we do this? Do we do this? Etc., etc. If people are cool with that, if we work it out, then we work it out. If we can't work it out, well, then it's an unworkable story idea, and we shouldn't do it. But the core, the beginning of that kind of storytelling for me is always, everything's allowed. And then we work down from there, if that makes any kind of sense. So I'm not saying we're going to eject the Force from the rewrite, but I'm saying it's something we should suggest as a possibility. Oh my god, that frickin' bastard. I hate this guy. I know I gotta find the fourth one. See, Pax has actually built his ship better than I have. I'm running off of, like, welfare gear here. Up. Apparently Pax is just that much better. I mean, honestly, Pax has always been a better DPS than me. I've come to accept that. That's okay. Like, I'm okay with that. I can tank better than him. I can heal better than him. I'm good. Good night, Flagon. Have a good one. So, your point is valid, Evo, and obviously I'm not accusing you of being evil. I was just addressing directly the point you made, which was, if nobody knows why you do a thing, if nobody can verify a fact, who cares what the fact is? Which was the core point I was trying to address. I mean, in actual canon, they were totally connecting them to the prophets, and that was that. Thank you, Pax. Okay, so we did one mission. Let's go do the other ones. Jesus Christ. Yeah, in actual canon, I think they communicated. In the rewrite, we'll get there. Good night, Mockingbirds. Commit to this. Is that, what's that? Ericsson system? Is that Ericsson? Yeah, that's Ericsson. To Ericsson system. Bonk. That's the other thing. One of the other hassles of doing that kind of dictator with councils, everybody's going to have a completely different idea. I'm not going to have 4 people vote for an idea and 3 people vote for an idea and pick the 4 people. It's going to be 7 different ideas, and I'm going to have to decide how to make that work. That's the goal. That's the dictator part. The implication, Evo, and be assured, there's no actual insult intended. There's no accusation built into this. But the reason I tend to hear people say that not writing your background is bad writing, or actually I usually hear it as lazy writing, is because it involves less work. You don't actually have to spend the time and effort to think, all right, how does my FTL system work? And instead what you do is you say, you show up in the system you need to be in, and you're good. So you just show up in the system you're in and you're good, right? There's no writing done there in order to design that. Now, whether that's actually good or bad or whatever, that is whatever. But if you don't actually decide or design any of that backstory, then that is literally less work you're doing. Oh my god, load! I need to tell Pax about that one switch, too. Unless he already has it, in which case that'd be funny. We've been alerted to a supply of medical supplies. That actually says that. I didn't misread that. I had to check myself. We've been alerted to a supply of medical supplies at the base near your location. I swear this game's well written. I would rather see those supplies used to get warriors back in the battlefield than used for Starfleet officers with stubbed toes and indigestion. Why are we evil? You will need to attack the base and lower its defenses. There's a series of power converters maintaining the shields around the medical bay. Once you disable those converters, you can steal the medical supplies. Blah blah. Okay. We're raiding hospitals. Man, we're so cool. That's true, Ross. So that's why I say I don't necessarily call that lazy writing. It is less writing, objectively. There's no arguing that. But it's not necessarily lazy, and it's certainly not necessarily bad. By contrast, if you don't define something, and then as an addendum, you also apply it inconsistently, that's when you've drifted into bad writing. If you... Let me use the classic example. If you... really wish they'd stop hitting me with that crap. If you have a big plot point where you cannot beam through an enemy ship's shields, and then it's in a particular episode, just casually in the background, one of your characters just casually beams through the enemy shields, it's like, well, hold up, what? Not explained. Oh, Jesus, I got warp cord. Not explained. Not defined. Not anything. Just beam through the shields because screw it. Because plot. Well, now we have a problem. This is also very, very true when it comes to something like character. This is one of the reasons why one of the things I am the most harsh on, by a huge margin, is what I call character assassination. AKA, there's an episode where Picard shows up, cusses all over the place, pees on the bridge, and then throws his coffee grounds on Data. That's obviously an extreme example, but my point is that would be so ludicrously out of character for Picard that would be character assassination. That would be the point at which you think, oh my god, he's been possessed by an alien. But if he's not possessed by an alien, and it's just Picard, and there's no explanation, bad writing. Straight up bad writing. But, that is different. Because the whole point, once again, is consistency. Some interesting ships here. I wonder if they're just randomly pulled. Like, we had the Andorian escort, but also like an Intrepid? When did they add to the Intrepid to the game? No, I guess I don't. Wow. What if Data deserved it? Well, I mean, mitigating circumstances are mitigating circumstances. But Let's go rob a hospital, because we're the good guys. I think All Good Things absolutely suffered from a Cassandra truth in the future. I'm not sure about the reverse Cassandra truth. Oh, are we done? I guess we're done. Woo! I mean, that sounds pretty stupid to me, Zactaf, but then again, that's usually stupid. Ah, yes, the Spock argument. So that's a fun one. So, Space Cadet, I don't know if you were there for that particular discussion, but one of the debates we had was, do we have... this was a big setting point we were debating. And that setting point was whether or not Harriet was going to drop $50 on my face. Thank you, Harriet. Very, very much. Always appreciate and much obliged. Thank you. No, the reverse Cassandra truth is when you don't tell anybody anything and they all believe you. And that's going towards Star Trek Telltale, I forget what it's called. But Resurgence, which is actually already on the list. Thank you again, Harriet. Have you seen All Good Things? Because it literally happens in that episode. So, Spock. One of the things we were debating in the Trek Rewrite is, can hybrids exist? Can species crossbreed? Now, if we're being honest, Star Trek's actual approach to that is to not write it. To not think about it, bad writing, yada yada. But the point here is we had to decide, okay, how do we go with that? And that was a huge debate. Because, logically speaking, crossbreeds shouldn't exist. But the problem is, what do we do about Spock? I mean, there's other examples. There's actually not that many. But Spock is a big one. What are we doing here? We're destroying ships in dry dock who are in repair. Of course we are. So, what do we do about Spock? What do we do about B'Elanna? What do we do about... I think there's like a third one of significance there. Which, of course, I can't remember right now, but whatever. What do we do about those? Now, the argument I made, an argument I would like to go ahead and firmly make, is the fact that if you made Spock just Vulcan, it wouldn't diminish his character. A lot of people disagreed with that. Most likely including Space Cadet. Because of what he just said in chat. So, the argument... Troy. I knew there was a third one. Thank you. So, yeah, it was like, well, okay. Lots and 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 lots of people wanted to ensure that Spock was half human and half Vulcan. Okay, well, if we're going to do that, then we need to have crossbreeding, and now we have a problem. A problem that has a solution, because, you know me, I think of writing as a puzzle. Who is shooting my back? Oh, that's just Pax. Pax, stop killing me. But we needed to solve that. We needed to solve that, and we did. We came up with a solution for the crossbreeding thing. Oh yeah, Sela, too. I forgot about her. I guess Star Trek does, too. Ha ha! Anyways. I mean, you mean the baby that was so unstable, it was literally dying from cellular decay? Yeah, no, I don't think we would need to do anything about that one. Naomi doesn't count. If she was a... Naomi really doesn't count, actually. If I told you that she was a crossbreed, there's a decent chance that if you didn't know that, you wouldn't know that. Because there's nothing to indicate. It's not a part of her character in any way, shape, or form. Just the same way it's not a part of Troy's character in any way, shape, or form. B'Elanna, at least, has the whole I'm torn between two worlds thing, just like Spock does. Zial's an interesting one. I'll give you that one. I don't have much to say about that. But I'm getting off topic. The point is for the rewrite, because so many people argued we need... It was all Spock. Nobody gave a damn about anything else. All anyone cared about was Spock. So because everyone wanted Spock to be half-human, we had to make him half-human. But hi, Bethany. Sorry I didn't say hello. My apologies. So we allowed for crossbreeding, and we came up with the whole thing, and that's solved. There you go. Jesus Christ. am just made of tissue paper in this ship. I don't have a lot of heals either. I agree. You can have torn between... That was actually one of my exact arguments for Ross. It's easy to be torn between two worlds without actually physically, biologically being torn between two worlds because Worf exists. Like, I don't have to make that argument. The show made it for me. No, we got it, Warthog Gaming, but thank you for the offer. I'm in my crumb ship. This is my throwaway alt that I'm only on because it's the only character I can do these missions on. So, where am I going? Is that done with Bravo? That's strange. Ah, there it is. Maybe. I'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Spock was originally a lot of things. I actually talk about that in some of my early ruminations on TOS. Spock was changed several times in production, partially because of Nimoy, partially because of DJ Fontana. Partially because of Evo, who went back in time and said, we must not define who Spock is. No, Dr. Winter. See, part of the thing is, I agree that the dual nature biologically can matter. Because it can, because duh. But in, honestly, most of the cases, the torn between two worlds characters, I probably need to share this with PAX, are torn between two worlds completely regardless of what their biology is. So, like, B'Elanna, in her case, the biology is something that's actually part of...
Thank you for coming to our aid. As you can see, we're under heavy attack from Klingon raiders. Ja'ula and her minions are up to their old tricks again, I'm afraid. Indeed they are. Despite the considerable danger involved in their reckless efforts, they forge on. Fascinating, if not insane.
Ignore that. Excuse me, I thought I was doing a patrol for a second, so I hit the patrol. Because Star Trek Online. Anyways, but yeah, like B'Elanna, the biology of being a Klingon actually causes her issues. It's part of what she wrestles with. It's part of the problems and part of her character. Troy, being part human, never matters. It is never relevant to her character, not once. You could change her dad to a Betazoid and it would change nothing. So, depends on what you use it for. Yep, nope, that was just Babylon 4. Don't mind it, don't mind it. Federation has hidden numerous surveillance satellites in the rings around the planet. Your orders are to destroy the satellites. Death to spies and to the living. Now, the Trill thing, that's a much better example of how to do the torn between worlds thing, I think. Especially considering, you know, they literally are. You know, again, once again, you notice that boils back to biology actually mattering for it. As opposed to it just, Jesus Christ. In the face. Yeah, you like that skybox? There's some really pretty skyboxes in this game. That is mentioned. So she tried for the thing, but there was some family pressure there, and it's implied that it wasn't her decision. So, what you asked directly, Evo, to stress that, is, would it be a bad thing if they didn't write Gontaro Dim? No. Would it not be a good thing? Yes. Would it be less work? Yes, as I already mentioned. But that's not relevant to the quality thereof. That only has anything to do with the mentality I mentioned earlier. And presumptions related there, too. What else am I... Is there anything else here? Is there a satellite here I'm missing? Nope. Okay, cool. Very cool. Right, this is probably before they could program in quest objectives. God, this is old content. Just wow. This is putting WoW Vanilla to shame right here. I'll tell you what. The oldest piece of content that still exists in this game. Honestly, I think it was the Defara Adventure Zone, which I showed off earlier, which is pretty old. It's pretty bad too. It was negative worthy. And we're dead, just in the face. I saw a quantum torpedo and I wanted to take a bite of it, you know, right on the chin. Oh my god. Yeah, it's a good question. What is my freaking shield? No, that's a Mark 12. It's a Solanae. I even have the Solanae set. What the hell is with my shields? God. I even checked to make sure we weren't on we were on easy, excuse me. Yeah, I saw a quantum torpedo and I was like, oh, thank God! I can escape the supernova! Yeah, I should have done this with the quantum torpedo. Is there I don't see a satellite here. I guess we're not actually killing satellites? God, this is such a weird patrol. God, this is so old. This is such old content. Come on. Let me go to full imp. Thank you. God, it takes a while to get out of combat in this game, too. Like, there's this whole delay. It's on the ground, too. See, very appropriate Klingon music here. Whoops, I didn't mean to hit that. Which one? The lightning thing? The way that it shakes the ship and all that, or excuse me, the screen, that's supposed to be part of the effect, if that's what you mean. If there's something else that stutters, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Listen, they don't have the time and money to clean up the game, Space Cadet. All they can do is make more ships that cost money. Now, that's barely a joke. I'm telling you, this game is going down the tubes, and that's one of the reasons I want to do this review. Before it gets worse. Oh, I didn't hear a stutter. I'm sorry, my kimono. Nope, we got one more. You have a cloak for this last one. Listen, breaking up the bundles, I really do wonder how much money they gain and lose with their bundle mentality that I hate. Whoop, nope, stop being at full impulse. Oh, Jesus. I don't have any money on this character. I do! Holy crap. I even accidentally have an Endeavor on this character. Whoops. So I'm going to take all that wasted stuff. What, ask why they don't clean up the game a bit, Mike Romano? I mean, we know the answer. Jesus Christ. They've effectively already given the answer. We did it! Yay! Where's my... Oh, there! Welcome to Ryza! Okay, what else we got? 2 more. No, exactly, Space Cadet. How many people are they tricking into buying the bundle to get the ship they want, versus how many sales are they losing by refusing to sell the ships that people want? Of course, they don't know the answer to that. They can't. That's imperfect information. That's life. But it would be interesting to know that answer if it was positive. If you could be like, shh, and just know the answer, that would be pretty cool. Did you notice that the latest ships that are coming out are also coming out in a bundle? Now, those are available individually, just for more price individually, because, you know. I mean, I'm never dropping money on those bundles. Pax and I have talked about this. If I win the lottery, maybe. Even then, I would hesitate. If I have millions upon millions of dollars, I would still hesitate to buy those bundles. Even though I really do want some of those ships quite a bit. Damn it, Evo. I knew it! You were always evil. From the very... Alright. This system is on Starfleet's patrol route through the sector. There should be several ships. Destroy them all! That's a hell of a skybox. Jesus Christ. So I have an OLED, right? So that's just pitch black to me. I can't see half my screen. It's the standard, Dr. Winter. If I can change it, I'm not aware of it. Oh my god. That was feedback. We haven't even gotten to talk about feedback yet. That actually killed Pax, too. So, some ships have an ability which literally makes you damage yourself. It's thorns, in the traditional sense of the word. And, it sucks. It sucks a little bit. We were doing Jupiter Uratus back when that was the event. And we'd be like, da 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 da, and then die! Just instantly, like, whoa! And then we check the damage log, and it's like, yep, nope, killed ourselves. That was just a warp core breach. How was I close enough to that? Oh, whatever. Reflection mechanics in video games in general can work if there's a nice, big, clear indicator that there's a reflection up, right? Do not hit enemy during this period of time. Now, even that's actually a boring mechanic. You have to do something with it to make it interesting. So, like, maybe there's an aspect of the boss fight or the encounter or whatever where you want to... You avoid stuff while not doing damage to the enemy, or, like, if you're not doing damage to the enemy, there's a timer ticking down. Basically, a conjoining mechanic, right? In this game, there is no conjoining mechanic, and there's no good indicator of the fact that they have that reflect up. Especially with the sheer pacing of combat in this game. So, it just straight up sucks here. Pouring some flank damage in there. You know, if Evo can't help but be evil, it would explain a lot. Jesus. I know we should have cut off already, by the way. I want to finish this bundle. Be a nice cut-off point. I already got Pax here. I don't want to waste his time too much. I feel bad for asking him anyways. I knew it! I mean what I say, though. There's no judgment here. I don't think you're a bad writer. In fact, I know you're not a bad writer, because if you were, well, then I'd probably honestly try to help you be a good writer. But, you get my point, right? I'm only trying to explain why some people tend to call that bad writing. Now, I do think there are absolutely instances of bad writing when it comes to not writing, because I've listed about 20 of them today in this series. But that's case by case, right? That's not, we want to maintain a mystery, that's, we're dumb and terrible. To put it as bluntly as I possibly can. I don't care about that. Writer A says, I don't care about the continuity or the setting of the story, I just want to tell this particular story. To hell with the consequences. Writes a crap story that completely contradicts everything. There they are. Yeah, exactly. There's a difference between I'm going to write a mystery and Code of Honor. You know? Just, what? Yeah, exactly, Evo, exactly. There's, thank you for the word, I couldn't think of it. There's a difference between a mystery and a plot hole. It's a term I like to use, and I'm going to keep using it until I force it into common parlance. It's called underthought. Oh my god, Pax is dead. And it means exactly what it sounds like. You deliberately didn't think about it. You deliberately decided to aggressively not think about something. Which is something Star Trek does an enormous amount of. Did the Prometheus just split? Oh my god, the Prometheus just split. Frickin' Prometheus. I can't believe I'm still alive, honestly. Yep. I mean, if you think about it, there's several mysteries in Code of Honor, and I'm not saying that facetiously. So, let's discuss the difference between thinking something out and underthought. So, the core plot of Code of Honor, regardless of all the nonsense, is these random people from this underdeveloped race who don't even have space travel happen to have the cure for this plague on another system affecting another species way over there. So what's the first thing that comes to your mind? I'm just going to answer it for you. Why? The very beginning of what is a mystery. Why do they have this cure? How do they have this cure? How did they know the cure was needed? Did Starfleet contact them, or did they contact Starfleet? And from that simple question, a story is birthed, effectively. From that question, we now have the ability to say, where's that going? But they don't answer it because they don't think about it, because underthought. They never bothered to come up with an answer because it was only there for the plot. It was just there as a vehicle to get to the actual meat of the episode, which was the battle to the death between two women. Over a dude neither of them wanted. It was magnets the whole time. They used magnets, and there you go. So that's my point. That's a big distinction, and that's one of the reasons why I want to make sure that whatever lack of understanding I may have towards not designing something within something you're writing, I will never accuse you of being that, Evo. Now, those were okay, I guess. But actually, no, they were terrible. So, unique, But God, I forgot how bad these old patrols were. These are terrible. Ignoring the overtuning, which is its own problem. That's actually an aspect of the way that they implemented the scaling tech later and poorly implemented it over previous content. That's where that's coming from. The fact is, those missions themselves were extremely threadbare and awful, at least on the gameplay perspective. Story-wise, I mean, it's something. I don't think I'm going to give it a negative for the story axis of things. The fact that the quest is literally bugged does not help anything, but that's whatever. Tomorrow, we'll have a half day, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we will continue the Klingon arc of being pure evil, just like Evo.